other videos that we're going to get in, we're going to look at before the lesson starts, the current event lesson, before the American Idol lesson starts. So the Most High's fast, things are happening faster. We just got to make sure we catch up. Some things are not going to get lost in this 24-hour news cycle. And especially one of these videos we're going to watch, especially, I'm going to make sure I emphasize this to the utmost, that this is new information, just happened, pretty much hot off the presses, and it's the end manifesting. Okay. So now I'm going to play this video. It's fairly long. It's like 20 minutes. I'm not going to play the whole 20 minutes, probably play the 15 minutes, but listen to the storyline. You know what I mean? Just in case some people, might hop on during the story, might not understand it, to write anything in the chat. These people were scoffing at what they call street preachers. Now, how many people go out in the corner and preach? Okay, so this is a video I wanted to show a while ago, but due to the spirit moving in different directions, I wasn't able to. But now, of what happened today, what I found out happened today, this is definitely much needed. Okay, so enjoy this video. Like I said, it says vampires, so don't get kind of twisted off the wording. But this person got a visitation that they were not expecting. Okay, so enjoy. We'll be back. Actually, while we watch this video, if you get Revelation 18 and 9 on deck for the next one, all right. Let's make sure we can hear it. Just give me a heads up. You hear that?
I ain't hearing that.
No? Okay.
There are these reports in which people.
You hear it?
Hi.
All right. Con.
Claim, and as crazy as it sounds, because I'm prone to discount these types of cases, but there are these stories out there where people claim to encounter vampires that are similar to the ones we see in the movies. Albert Rosales has collected a large number of vampire cases, and you can find them in his guides. They're all through his guides. You'll find these reports, people describing encounters with these creatures that they claim are similar to vampires from the movies. not pursue this further. This will be your only warning. Perhaps we will meet again. I will always be able to find what has found me. Now leave me be." With that, Azrin felt an intense pain in his head. He likened it to his brain being squeezed like a sponge. He immediately collapsed to the ground. One of the preachers, a man named Shane, picked him up and tried to take him to the river to give him some water.
So very interesting, spiritual sense. That he comes back to the street preachers and he has a tremendous headache where he says he felt like his brain was being squeezed and he falls out. You know what I mean? Before he was scoffing them, and this street preacher, right, who they said his name is Shane, said he's gonna take him down to the river and get him some water. You know what I mean? So very spiritual rather than necessarily literal, even though it was literal. Let's keep going.
Annie rushed out and she had the preacher merely move him over to one of the benches near the road. You find this across all the different phenomena. People will describe hearing a voice in their head or mind speak. Usually the voice conveys, it's like a warning. Don't get any closer. I'll mess you up. You hear it in Bigfoot reports. You hear it in ET encounters. You hear it in Men in Black reports. I've even heard it in Dogman reports. With the vampire cases, it seems to run through them, a lot of them. The one in Seattle, she described it, it felt like he was reading her mind. This case, Azrin seemed to suggest that this thing was reading his mind, or he was speaking to him in his mind. The next day, the papers reported that there were 2 girls murdered in Ybor City. I am pretty confident that the thing I was trailing was the culprit. Azrin told this to Brad Steiger. Curiously, things would take an even stranger turn. About 8 months after this incident, I was diagnosed with Hodgkin's lymphoma. Azrin was certain that this is what the figure meant when he told him that his blood was tainted. Brad Steiger also spoke to Annie. She recalled that the figure had been watching them for quite some time before Azrin even noticed him. I saw him sitting by the window in the corner of the small room with the bar. I was at the bar ordering amaretto and Darcy was with me. I am not sure why the man was so intrigued with us, but it was the strange way he looked at us. After Darcy and I got our shots, I glanced up and he was gone. I wasn't sure how he got by us without me noticing because the bar was right next to the exit. Not long after, I remember Azrin coming up to me and pointing him out in the other room. That's when I told him that I already knew about him. It seemed like he was always there. 1 minute on the dance floor, the next minute at a window, the next minute on a couch, a corner, and so on. Yeah, to say I was shook up by him was an understatement. Annie very much understood the type of people that frequented the castle. Goth types, vampire enthusiasts, and general assortment of rough around the edges type of people. But this guy was different. He stood out as particularly creepy. I am far from judgmental, but that guy really got to me. His stare was piercing. You could almost feel it in the depth of your soul. The next thing Annie knew, Azrin was running out of the club. I grabbed Darcy and went after him. I found Azrin appearing dumbfounded on one of the sidewalks, looking around frantically. It had only been a couple of minutes since he ran down the stairs. Darcy and I saw the weird guy again out near the street. But then, like in the castle, he was gone. Darcy said we shouldn't follow him because he was creepy. Azrin seemingly ignored this and carried on following the guy. I remember briefly seeing the man we followed because his dark clothes stood out in the street crowd. The energy he let off was enough to floor someone, and it didn't seem good. He seemed to mix into the rest of the crowd, and I didn't see him again. The feelings were still there, though. It was extremely creepy and almost surreal. I felt like we were in a movie or something. When I looked back at Azrin, I saw him with the preacher, and it looked like he was helping him. I wasn't sure what happened to Azrin at that point, because the man in the dark clothes had me so enthralled. He was all that was on my mind at that time. On the way home, she and Azrin had an interesting conversation about the night's events. Both were convinced that they had encountered a vampire. I have to admit, I was rather intrigued by this write-up, and I decided to do a little digging on the internet. Every year, the castle in Ybor City plays host to the Endless Night Vampire Ball, which is basically a gathering of vampire enthusiasts. But that aside, there is a bit of a history involving this club being frequented by what many believe is a real vampire. Author Lynn Gibson, a fiction writer who occasionally dabbles in folklore and urban legends, wrote of this on her blog in 2013. She claims that the initial reports involving a real-life vampire lurking around the castle seemed to come after its reopening in 1992. The patrons and employees of the bar knew him only as Rex. According to Gibson, Rex is described as a handsome and alluring man, standing approximately 6.5 feet tall with shoulder-length black hair. He's usually dressed in black pants, high boots, and shirts made of silk. He insists on keeping a low profile, and no one has ever held a long conversation with him as he keeps to himself and is known to disappear when attention is drawn to him. He's spotted several times per year, which, according to Gibson, baffles the club staff, as all patrons are required to present an ID upon entering. Not once has anyone recalled carding Rex at the door. And since all the other entrances are surrounded by an 11-foot fence, it's not likely he slipped in another way. Gibson also noted in her write-up that many female patrons have reported encounters with Rex. She even interviewed one of the bartenders who told her that one of his female friends found Rex to be attractive, decided to approach him one night. She found him to be quite charming, and after a brief chat, Rex took her hand and led her to the outdoor balcony, where they could speak in a more private setting. While he was a gentleman at first, he began to make advances after about 10 minutes, which she declined. That caused him to become frustrated. She noted a look of disapproval on his face. She looked away for just a second. When she looked back, Rex had disappeared. She was stunned. There were approximately 15 other people standing on the balcony in the same area. When she began to ask around to see where Rex had gone, no one standing near her had seen him at all. According to Gibson, Rex is still occasionally sighted lurking around the castle, even today. I don't know if the creatures, if these are vampires that we know from the movies. I don't know. It does, at least in this case, it does seem like that, because the creature told Azrin that his blood was tainted, and he sort of hinted that he's lucky because of that, because if it wasn't, he might have done something to him. And I do sometimes wonder when I read these reports of people being found drained of blood, cattle, being killed, livestock and horses and stuff. I do wonder if something else is doing it. I mean, because I always go to, in not every case, sometimes people are just bad people, and there are groups of people out there that do it and for rituals and stuff. But I do sometimes wonder too if there are, and I also all attribute to the visitors, of course. But I do sometimes wonder too if there's something else out there that is, doing this to these animals and people too, I guess. And it's so far-fetched to think of vampires that we don't ever go there. But there are these cases out there where people claim to encounter these types of creatures.
All right. So Very interesting. The reason why I wanted to play that video off top was it's far-fetched, do you know what I'm saying? And the whole reality of CNN, MSNBC, just regular straight cut, this what happened type of news. But we're not living in that time period right now. And the other videos that I have will let us know we're not living in a normal time period. So, a video like that is something to for everybody to keep in mind, that the Most High hears your prayers. The Most High hears anybody that's scoffing, anybody that's negative towards you, things of that nature. You might not get the memo, just a package, land in your lap of what happens to a person that does something like that to you. You might not get that, but that doesn't mean it's not happening. And this situation happened in 1995. So, it happened a while ago, but, you finally get the full picture, well, Mordecai and Esther, that whole situation, that Mordecai was going to get hung on the gallows, but the Most High behind the scenes were having things play out where Mordecai, he actually got exalted rather than hung in the gallows. So the things that the Most High does behind the scenes, we have to keep in mind that it is occurring. Okay. And, the best thing we can do is follow these laws, statutes, commandments, remain focused, bring out the word, and watch things unfold. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, messing with the devil. That guy, they're all in the golf and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden, something dark follows him in there. And then it's like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want any trouble with them. Well, that's what happens. Okay. And when you mess with the men of the Lord, people that are out there preaching and teaching on the streets, I mean, you really set yourself up for failure. And that whole line is set up for failure. You know what I mean? That whole bloodline. Okay. Because if the apple doesn't fall far away from the tree, then this person's not setting up their future bloodline where they will want it. It's only going to be consequences and repercussions. All right. So let's go to Revelation 18 and verse 9. All right. These are some things that are happening that we cannot get away from. Why would you? All right. This is a beautiful time to be alive. So let's enjoy it and see what the Most High has in store. All right. So you could bring that out. Revelation chapter 18, verse 9, Baba Gashar.
Cons, Revelation chapter 18, verse 9, and the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and live deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament for her when they shall see the smoke of her burning.
Con. So we can stop right there. You know what I mean? This is a prequel, right? Because of course, when these Russian, Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, Belarus, now they got nukes. When those nuclear weapons show up on the scene, Babylon's going to be just a lake of fire. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of smoke, a lot of fallout. Right? Most High gave us a nice prequel. If you live in the tri-state area, if you don't, the pictures really don't do it a whole bunch of justice, because I know what it looks like. It looks just smoggy, but you can't really breathe that good if you don't have asthma or any breathing situations going on with you. You're probably like, I don't know what the big deal is. But if you got asthma or you have any issues with your breathing, you're feeling it. You know what I'm saying? You might be yawning a lot more because your body's trying to get more oxygen. You're tired. your eyes, are burning, like a lot of things. A lot of people are affected by this. And a lot of respiratory illnesses. People got to go to the ER, going to the doctors and everything like that. When you come out of this, it's going to be, people aren't going to make it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it like in the aspect of like a house fire, right? House fire happens. People don't normally die from the fire. People die by the smoke. So a lot of smoke is not good for you. You know what I'm saying? This is toxic smoke that's in the air coming down by way of Canada, is what they're saying. And I understand there's like a conspiracy. There's you can't not have a conspiracy mind, being in Israel, because obviously you've been lied to your entire life. So you realize that lies do happen, lies do occur. You know what I mean? But I was checking this fire out probably about a week before it really hit. You know what I mean? It's a YouTuber named Canadian Prepper, and he's like from Canada. So he was seeing, as these wildfires is lightning strikes, as these wildfires were getting started by lightning, the smoke was starting to just engulf Canada. You know what I'm saying? So eventually it came down here, and it's pretty much taking up the East Coast. So you can imagine what it's like on the East Coast dealing with this. All right, but let's watch a video on that. Yeah, so the Most High is destroying this place, pretty much.
Salaki, sorry, can you hear me?
Khan. Go ahead, I can hear you.
Yeah, if you could wipe your camera lens, because it's a little blurry.
Khan, got you.
The water came.
Yeah, the bar.
And like you was phasing out to the spiritual realm, Mark. Don't leave us yet, brother.
Not yet.
We still need you, Ak.
This may be the first time we've experienced something like this on this magnitude.
Top story, the air quality alert across the tri-state area due to smoke from the wildfires burning in Canada. Those fires so intense they can be seen from space. New York tops the list of cities with the worst air quality in the world as Manhattan's famous skyline disappeared behind a thick fog that made America's largest city look like the surface of Mars.
It's really hard almost to find words to describe what we're seeing with these levels of particulate matter. These levels are at least 10 times higher than what health guidelines mark as the healthy levels for exposure for particulate matter. So we're really seeing just unprecedented amounts of pollution.
It's from an intense start to Canada's wildfire season, fueled by high temperatures and dry conditions. The total number of acres destroyed the first half of the year there, almost 12 times the average.
26,000 people evacuating from their homes.
Across the country, there are currently 413 wildfires burning, and 249 of those fires are deemed out of control.
To be clear, it is not just New York City. Much of the state is underneath this dangerous smoke. In fact, Governor Kathy Hochul called this a, quote, emergency crisis.
And if you don't live in a state like California, Oregon, over there on the West Coast, that routinely has wildfires and have to deal with situations You understand? We talked about this earlier. Now let's watch the video.
Follow that for you right here on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to go out to some breaking news. We're going miles and miles away out to Hawaii right now. An eruption has taken place. Kilauea volcano erupting in Hawaii on the Big Island. It erupted earlier this morning, and lava flows are currently confined to the surrounding crater floor. That's coming from the U.S. Geological Survey saying today. Kilauea last erupted back in January with activity stretching into March. The USGS says the organization's Hawaiian Volcano Observatory detected a glow in Kilauea summit webcam images today at 4:45, indicating a new eruption. The opening phases of eruptions are dynamic. The USGS said in an advisory, the activity is confined to the crater and the hazards will be reassessed as the eruption progresses. The USGS said it is elevating Kilauea's aviation color code from orange to red as it elevates the eruption. Located in a closed area of Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, Kilauea is one of the world's most active volcanoes. Back in 2019, a string of earthquakes and major eruption happened at Kilauea, led to the destructions of hundreds of homes and businesses there. But quite the sight to see. And we want to continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox, show you this great shot as well. Also being put out by the USGS, Kilauea volcano at the crater right there, currently erupting. And take a look at that great shot right there in the crater, as you can see it coming with those lava flows. We continue to take this live look right now of the Kilauea volcano erupting on Hawaii's Big Island right now. It last erupted back in January, and now it is having lava flows once again. And the red warning has been issued as the volcano there at the crater erupting happened about 4:45 in the morning. That is according to the U.S. Geological Survey saying that and putting that out. The organization's Hawaiian Volcano Observatory said it will continue to monitor the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, and keep in mind, you know, we can't emphasize enough that a lot of things can happen at night. You know what I mean? So scriptures talk about seeing the Most High's judgment every morning. You know what I mean? People go to sleep, don't wake up. You know, it'd be 3:00 in the morning, a tornado hits. You're in Ukraine, bombs is dropping. You know, 3:00 in the morning. A lot of bad things can happen at night. So don't put off from day to day, you know, things you can get done. You know what I mean? Get these sins off you. And you know, so you can enjoy, you know what I mean, what the Most High is doing. You know, it's a lot of people that are scared to death when they see these things, see these prophecies, you know, and there's some people that are smiling and happy and doing dances when they see these prophecies. You know, if you part of the 12 tribes of Israel, get those sins away from you, right? So you can enjoy yourself. You know what I mean? It'll be looking over your shoulder and, you know, every loud bang and everything. Oh, this is it. You know, somebody playing the trumpet. Your neighbor's playing the trumpet across the street. You think that's the horns. You know, when the horn blows, you better be ready to go and you scared. Don't have that type of energy in these last days, you know? Be encouraged, Israel. All right. And another video, which I don't have up there, because I said, you know, I could be doing current events all night long. But a dam was blown up over there in the Ukraine-Russian war. And they've been talking about this dam for a long time, saying, oh, Russia's going to do it. And Russia's saying Ukraine's going to do it, you know, blaming each other before it even happens. So this is like a big deal. It flooded, I believe, like 80 villages. One place that is flooding, it has like 300,000 people. They're you know, they're getting stuff out of their houses and going to higher ground. And, you know, really Slovakia, really dealing with a lot over there. Okay. So like I said, I don't have that video, but in Crimea, that's where the water, they're getting their water from there. You know what I'm saying? So that dam bursting is going to mess up water for Crimea. And Crimea, as you all realized, I believe it was 2014, when Russia so-called annexed Crimea during the coup over there in Ukraine. So now they're saying, like, if you touch Ukraine, I mean, if you touch Crimea, it's going to be World War III. Now they pretty much, of course, they blame it on Russia, but it's affecting Russia. So why would Russia do that? So Crimea might have to be a vast wasteland if they don't have any water. All right. So we're going to get into the lesson now. Let's go to Micah 5:13. The lesson is going to be called American Idol. All right. What we got to do, our ancestors pretty much we were into some idol worship. You know what I'm saying? Even coming out of ancient Egypt, we'll get into that. The golden calf, like we just swore the grass was green on the other side. We gotta understand now that we gotta follow these laws, statutes, commandments. Don't worry about no idols. Don't worry about none of that nonsense. We gotta focus on the kingdom. Okay. So let's get that. Micah 5:13. Bubba Shaw.
Khan, there's the book of Micah, chapter 5 and verse 13. Thy graven images also will I cut off, and thy standing images out of the midst of thee, and thou shalt no more worship the work of thine hands.
Khan. Okay, so we're gonna watch this video before we officially start. And you might remember this. I like this guy's commentary, right? I just wanted to find a video where it had the picture, and this is in Brazil. The lightning strike of the big Caesar Borgia statue. I believe if it's not this one, it was another one that happened where it knocked off the thumb. You know what I'm saying? But I like this guy's commentary. He's a Christian, so you're gonna hear like, Jesus this and Jesus that. So, bear with him. But it's kind of like he is talking to his fellow Christians, and they're kind of confused, like, why would God do this and everything like that. It's almost like he's having like a waking up moment, realizing that obviously Jesus doesn't look like that. And the fear is going to have to be reinforced on people. You know what I mean? A lot of people just don't fear God. So, he's going to have to make them fear him. You know what I mean? So I like his commentary. We're going to watch it. It's like 5-6 minutes, So I'm going to put this on. All right.
Many of you have probably already seen this image. Will Smith and many others have posted it. He said, oh, this is a sign. I got to get right with God. Let me tell you something. Don't joke about this stuff. This is a sign. As soon as I saw the image, the Holy Spirit gave me a clear download. And it was like the Lord was saying, I want you to speak this on the platform that I gave you. I want you to say this. And so if you guys remember last year, I kept saying the next thing that was going to happen in the body of Christ was the fear of God is about to come back on the church, and it's about to come back on this earth. Now, a lot of people are going to reject it. They're going to act like they don't see it. A lot of people are going to try to downplay this. Christians are going to try to downplay this. Even Christians are going to say, oh, it's just an accident. It's just a coincidence. Let me tell you something. Anybody that got any type of discernment in the spirit, I guarantee you God showed them something similar. Like instantly when I saw the image, it was like the Lord, it was like when you have a dream and he gives you the interpretation. And so when I saw this, right, obviously it's a graven image. It's a statue of Jesus, right? But what the Lord was saying to me to tell you guys is that God is not pleased with the image that people have created of Jesus in America. We've watered down Christianity so much. We've made a Jesus that is not biblical. And people are really brainwashed in churches who go to church every Sunday. And guess what? They don't really know Jesus. And what does the Bible say? People are going to do all these things in his name. We prophesy in your name. We did this in your name. We did that in your name. He's going to say, depart from me. I never knew you. I'm telling you right now, in America, we've made this hippie, gummy bear, watered down Jesus who never offends anybody. He just loves and he accepts everybody. He doesn't correct people. He lets them live how they have, they want to live. And this Jesus, there's no controversy around him, right? If you preach about this Jesus, there's no controversy. Preaching shouldn't be controversial. It's this complete Jesus that is made in the image of what people desire. Like, we want a God in our life, but not a Lord over our life. We want all the things that God has to offer, but not the sacrifice, not the taking up the cross. You got so many churches preaching about, the supernatural, and you're going to go to the nations and God is going to bless you. And I see God using you to do this, and you're going to have a platform, and you're going to do this, and you're going to do that. And it's all this stuff that is centered around man thriving, man surviving, man living their best life, living a good life, but there's no cross, there's no dying to self. And guess what the Bible says? They have a form of godliness, right? They have a form of godliness, but they're not transforming. There is so much mess and fakeness going on in the American church. And make no mistake about it, God highlighted, he lit up an idol, one of the biggest ones that is known in the world, and he hit it, boom, right on the head. And he's like, I'm bringing your attention to this situation. I am not pleased with the graven image that we have created with even theology, with even, doctrines and things. People make all these rules and regulations, and there's so much stuff that's going on in the church that has nothing to do with God. Jesus walking some of your churches right now, and it's like, what's that? What's that? Completely I got nothing to do with that. That's man. And a lot of it has caused division in the body of Christ. And God is not pleased. Guess what? Even if you don't agree with what I'm saying right now, you think I'm just off, you think I'm the worst preacher, whatever, you think I'm fake, pray about it. The fear of God is about to come back on the church. We've had so many different moves of God, right? People taught about, speaking life and death in the power of the tongue, the word of faith movement. We had the prophetic movement. Everybody wanted to prophesy. Still, everybody wants to be a prophet. We had the miracles, the signs, the wonders, people getting baptized in the Holy Ghost, speaking in tongues. And the latest movement is deliverance. But guess what? With every move of God that we've ever had, there's authentic people, and then there's people that pervert it. There's people that fake it. And God told me straight up, he said, these things are good, but the next move of God, we want Book of Acts power without Book of Acts consequences. God is going to bring the fear of God back in the church. And when he does this, it's going to be stuff that you can't fake. People can fake prophesy. People can actually access the spiritually word illegally and give information that is true, but it's perverted. People are paying people to roll around on the floor and throw up. And then there's a group of people that they're just so wanting attention that they'll roll on the floor, they'll make a scene, and it's not really a demon, it's their emotions. Deliverance is real, but there's people that are playing games with it. And so a lot of people, they don't know what's what. They don't know who's who. They have no discernment. We got fake people calling the real preachers fake, you know what I'm saying? And you got real preachers calling other real preachers. No, because people don't know. So everybody's clicked up in Christianity. And I'm telling you what God is about to do. He's about to do some exposing. He's going to start dealing with some of these people that have occupied.
He said, just wanted to cancel that idea. He's saying they're rolling on the ground. That's deliverance. That ain't no deliverance. That's spirits. You got spirits on you, rolling on the ground. Shut about a Honda, you know what I mean? All that stuff. Ain't no deliverance in that. Yeah, that's not tongues. That's gibberish.
Occupied spaces in the Christian industry and the Christian mainstream that they represent Christianity to the world, but they've been misrepresenting. And God is going to expose that secret sin, that secret filth, that fake. A lot of these people that fake what they show you on the camera is not really who they are behind the scene. God is going to expose it. He's going to flip some tables, and he's saying, boom, I'm highlighting this. I don't like what y'all have done with Christianity in a lot of places in the world. It ain't just in America, but America definitely is, setting the bad example for the rest of the world to follow. Even in England, they're saying, you know what? We're going to change the pronouns of God. And God said, keep playing with me, because pretty soon he's going to come and he's going to touch the earth. I'm telling you, the fear of God is about to come, and there's going to be some people can't fake. So what am I talking about? For those of you who don't know, in the book of Acts, they lied to Peter and they dropped dead on the spot. You can't fake that. People could fake deliverance. People could fake prophetic, all that kind of stuff. And people don't have discernment, so they fall for it. They get fooled. You can't fake that. And I believe that's where we're going. You better be praying. You better be seeking God. You better get right. Love you guys. Be blessed. Be encouraged in Jesus' name. Go to www.
All right. Anyway, yeah, Bull has some points. You know what I mean? He has some key points. Okay. Yeah, that fear is going to be real, be so thick you can cut it with a knife. You know what I mean? And lightning strike hitting the idols. That is something to look out for. Okay. Let's get.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ken.
The thing though, with a lot of those guys, like he's on the right track. But I'm gonna tell you what's a lot of times what's gonna stop them. When they talk about keeping the commandments, a lot of these guys say that's the old way. That's Moses' laws. We don't have to do that no more. Because these guys don't want to deal with order and structure. They don't want to deal with laws. That's too hard for them to live by. 613 laws, which Christ said is not grieving. So these are the things that will hold our brother back a lot of times when you start talking about keeping the commandments, keeping the high holy days, keeping the laws, wearing your fringes. You see, that's the thing that's going to stop a lot of these brothers, because he's on the right track. He's talking about the fear of God. Well, now when we talk about the commandments, is he going to submit to that? You see what I'm saying?
God, absolutely.
Slakia.
Go ahead.
I had a link right here. I wanted to send it to you. How can I send? Can I send it to you through the messenger on Facebook, or for which was bringing out about the dam? I actually got a link right here.
Khan, you can send it a messenger.
All right, Khan.
Do you want me to share the screen with it?
Yeah, Khan, I'm gonna send it to you if you could put it up, or should I send it to the captain?
Probably Captain, because I'm not sure how to do it with this computer. Is it a video?
Yeah. Yeah, Khan. All right, so I'm gonna send it to him, and then he could put it on the screen.
Okay, Khan. The water.
Khan, yonder, bro.
So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk about idolatry. You know what I mean? Like the elder was saying, that guy did say it was a graven image, but like Christianity just doesn't go far enough. You know what I mean? They're like they really believe that all you have to do is say the name of Jesus and they're gonna open up the pearly gates. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna waltz right into heaven. But not realizing that, like the elder was saying, you got to follow these law, statutes, commandments. You got to go to the Passover. You got to go to Feast of Tabernacles. You know what I mean? They're feast. You go somewhere where you read scriptures and you pray and you eat some delicious food. How hard is that? But Christians make a lot of excuses not to follow the law, statutes, commandments. Like Yeridan always says, they can do all things through Christ who strengthens them. Apparently, they can't follow these law, statutes, commandments. They can't wear fringes every day. Like, stuff that's not even hard, not difficult at all. So while we wait for the video, okay. Whenever it's ready, just let me know. And, we can go towards that. Let's go to Exodus chapter 20, verse 3.
God.
So keep in mind, right? It says in Psalms chapter 96, you have to get it, but you can write this down in your notes. Psalms 96, verse 5, for all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. So all the gods of the nations are idols. So Buddha, Allah, Krishna, all their thousands of deities that they that they follow over there. Confucius, I don't know, everything that these other nations believe in, Bilal, they're all idols. Okay. That's idol worship. Idolatry, the definition in the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary. It's a long definition. I'm just going to read a little bit. All the nations surrounding ancient Israel were idolaters, although their idolatry assumed different forms. So they're all in idol worship. We show up and, we got the living God. We got all this, the power that made the heavens and the earth and everything in between. And of course, we want to follow, King Tut or, you know what I mean? Whatever they're doing, the African ancestors, whatever the Hamites are doing or Moab, we've got to be smart. You know what I mean? They want to be like us and we want to be like them. We got to get out of that mindset. All right. So let's go to Exodus chapter 20 and verse 3, Bubble Shaw.
Khan, this is the book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 3. Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Khan. So what does that mean? You know what I mean? So whatever that you consider to be up there with the Most High God, similar to the Most High God, you got to cut all that out, man. There's only one. You know what I mean? It's the maker of heaven and earth, and he has his only begotten son that conquered the life, conquered death, you know what I'm saying? Got the victory. So no other gods. Go ahead, verse 4.
This is verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth.
And we're going to get to because Christians will use scriptures they really don't understand. We're just going to break down, of course, we're not supposed to be worshiping these things. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I have a menorah, right? Chain. This is not an idol. I don't, if thing about this chain is it opens up conversations. People are like, oh, wow, that's interesting. Now, boom, we start conversating about this and scriptures, following the laws, statutes, commandments, so forth and so on. If something happens, there's smoke all in the streets of Philadelphia and the waters, turned into wormwood. Like it's just, it's everything's falling apart. I'm like, oh man, I need to get my menorah chain. No, I'll be fine without it. You know what I mean? This isn't my ticket into the kingdom. You know what I mean? This isn't, I speak through this chain and I talk to the Most High. Like, nah, speaking to the Most High is through obedience, through sacrifice, and, and having a conversation to Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai. It has nothing to do with this. Okay. Can you read verse 5?
This is verse 5. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
So I'm not, the menorah back here, not bowing down to it. You know what I'm saying? But when you go into Christian churches, they have a couple bags worth of cement for some Edomite, right? That they call Jesus, Mary, this angels. They got you in the Catholic Church. They got you praying to everything under the sun, other than the Most High God. Christianity, same thing. They worship their pastors. You know what I'm saying? And they bow down to Creflo Dollar, TD Jakes, and to get his anointing and all this other stuff. That's not what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to follow these laws, statutes, commandments. And it says, do not bow down to these idols. Do not worship these idols. Okay. Let's go to Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And we're going to start at verse 1. All right. So, American Idol. Now, I was talking to brother in Chicago, Blackbeard. It's like, don't forget, America is an idol. Excellent point, King. Excellent point. America is most definitely an idol. The whole patriot movement, you know what I mean? They're ready to take over the government because they think that Trump lost the election. You know what I mean? They were breaking down doors and had they feet up to Nancy Pelosi's desk, waving their American flag. Why? Because they're patriotic. And their president said, you go out there and you give them hell. Or whatever he said, you know what I mean? So you make sure Mike does the right thing. I wouldn't go down there with you, but I got to do something, So he sent all them people down there and they're thinking they're going to get pardoned if anything bad happens, Man, all them went to jail. You know what I'm saying? The Proud Boys leader, they doing like 18 years, man. They doing some time, but they were patriotic, because America's an idol. It's like, we're number one in mass incarceration, child mortality, infant mortality, like the things that you do not want to be number one in. High poverty rate in a country that has billions of dollars. They print the money. High homelessness in a so-called first world country. They got skid rows all over this country, but it's supposed to be a first world country. But in their mind, you pledge allegiance every day. You go to school, and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance. You pledge allegiance to this place, and it kind of sinks in. You know what I mean? It starts to become a part of you. You're brainwashing yourself, constantly repeating those words over and over and over again. Okay, so America is most certainly an idol. All right, so let's bring that out. Leviticus 26, verse 1.
There's Leviticus chapter 26 and verse 1. Ye shall make you no idols, nor graven image, neither rear you up a standing image, neither shall ye set up any image of stone in your land to bow down unto it, for I am the Lord your God.
You're setting up images to bow down unto it, like, and this is how we are, you know what I mean? A stiff neck, rebellious group of people, you know what I'm saying? And we have to be reminded throughout the generations that we cannot worship idols. One thing happens, you hear an alarm go off and all of a sudden the sun shines into your window. You're like, wow, that alarm is God. You know what I mean? And you start worshiping an alarm. TV is a huge idol in people's lives. They everything revolves around their TV. Everything revolves around their phone. Everything revolves around the internet. You know what I mean? This is a changing in the times. Before the internet and everything, people were stuck in newspapers. You know what I'm saying? Reading. Of course, we understand that a lot of it is propaganda and fake and everything like that. But it was a time period where there were no phones, there were no TVs. You know what I'm saying? So people read a lot, you know, and learned and everything. But now the TV is, you know, where people get a lot of their information from. You know, the CNN reporters, the MSNBC reporters, these people are looked up as gods almost. You know, they see them on the streets and they're like, "Oh my goodness, you're on TV." It's like a big deal. You know, it's where a lot of people get a lot of their information. Okay, let's go to Chaasadyah. 2 Chronicles 6, verse 8. So if TV breaks, you know, you're gonna cry. If your Bible falls in water or something, you can't read it anymore, you're gonna cry. Like where I mean not crying like physically crying and everything like that, but where does your you know, where do you fall in line at as far as emotions, you know, when it comes to the word of God, or it comes to something that's frivolous and, you know, that will never help you. You know, let's you know, keep things in perspective. You know, following the law, statutes, commandments is key. And that's going to be the way to get into the kingdom of heaven, not knowing every movie that's on Netflix, not knowing, you know, every social media account, this, that, and the third, things that just necessarily just don't matter, you know, in the whole scheme of things. Now, it's not to say anything's wrong with Netflix or anything's wrong with social media. You don't want to make these things an idol, want to make them more important than Yahweh Shem Yahushai. That can't happen, okay? But let's bring that out. 2 Chronicles 6, verse 8, Baba Gashar.
Khan in 2 Chronicles chapter 6 and verse 8. But the Lord said to David, my father, for as much as it was in thine heart to build an house for my name, thou didst well, and that it was in thine heart.
So, you know, David wanted to build the Most High a place, you know what I'm saying? You know, for him to dwell, right? Build a temple. Go ahead.
Verse 9, notwithstanding, thou, Salakia, notwithstanding thou shalt not build a house, but thy son, which shall come forth out of thy loins, he shall build a house for my name.
Khan. So, you know, David's a warrior, you know what I'm saying? He said, you're not going to build my house, you know what I'm saying? You got blood on your hands. I'm going to have your son build a house, okay? Go ahead.
This is verse 10. The Lord therefore hath performed his word that he has spoken, for I am risen up in the room of David my father, and am set on the throne of Israel, as the Lord promised, and have built the house for the name of the Lord God of Israel.
So this is authorized, right? This is an authorized building project, authorized by Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Let's go to, stay in 2 Chronicles. Let's go to chapter 3 and verse 10. Just proving a point. You know, like the average Christian that would come out and say, you know, after Leviticus 26 chapter was 2 Chronicles. 2 Chronicles 6, verse 8. All right. So what is this house? What is this house that, you know, they're building? Let's go to 2 Chronicles 3, verse 10. Baba Shah.
In this 2 Chronicles chapter 3 and verse 10. And in the most holy house, he made 2 cherubims of image work and overlaid them with gold.
We're going to get that in the Bible dictionary. All right. Cherub. Cherubim. Outside the Bible, the English plural is cherubs. Cherubim are living heavenly creatures in winged human animal form, face of a lion, an ox, a man, and an eagle, right? And Ezekiel, has that description, but through the spirit, all those animals are strong and mighty and have force, right? They're very powerful angelic beings. With that in mind, okay, that's the description of what's in this temple. Okay, can you read verse 11?
Khan, this is verse 11. And the wings of the cherubims were 20 cubits long. One wing of one cherubim was 5 cubits, reaching to the wall of the house. And the other wing was likewise 5 cubits, reaching to the wing of the other cherub.
Khan, there's a movie back in the 80s called Never Ending Story, right? And it always kind of reminds me of that part where you had to walk by these two winged, it's like gold. They're kind of like statues, but they're, if you weren't worthy enough, then they'll snipe you down. But something similar to that, pretty large, right? All right, let's go to 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 42. All right, so you got these cherubims there, right? But that's, you look at the where it says you don't want to build anything that's in the heavens above or the earth below, right? Let's get to 1 Kings 7 and 42. All right, just proving a point that they're in the temple. It had some things in there, but were we worshiping those things? Something totally different. Let's bring that out. 1 Kings 7, verse 42.
Khan, this 1 Kings chapter 7, verse 42. And 400 pomegranates, pomegranates for the 2 networks, even 2 rows of pomegranates for 1 network to cover the 2 bowls of the chapiters that were upon the pillars.
Khan, go ahead.
And the 10 bases and 10 lavers on the bases.
Khan, go ahead.
And 1 sea and 12 oxen under the sea.
Khan. So they got the 2 bowls that are on the columns of the pillars, and these are like the furnishings inside the temple. All right, let's go to 1 Chronicles chapter 28, verse 19. All right, so we got pomegranates in there, you got the oxen, cherubims, it's a lot of stuff in this temple. Now, where did he get the idea to make this? Let's get that. 1 Chronicles 28 and 19.
This is 1 Chronicles chapter 28 and verse 19. All this, said David, the Lord made me understand in writing by his hand upon me, even all the works of this pattern.
So the Most High, this was his pattern. You know what I mean? David was getting everything in order for his son, to build it, right? But of course, the Most High gave him the mindset to build it, right? He said David's a man after the Most High's own heart. But he's like telling him, this is what I need in here. I need this. I need the cherubims. I need pomegranates. You know what I'm saying? But the temple was there for what? The Most High. You know what I'm saying? The place to worship the Most High, light the incense, have a feast, so forth and so on, right? But it's not to worship these things. All right. It was just a location, a building. Okay. Let's go to Deuteronomy 29 and verse 16. All right. So what we got to do is that's an excellent picture. You know what I'm saying? Look at that. You got menorahs in there, and you got cherubims, you got a whole bunch of stuff. Nobody's bowing down and worshiping these things. You understand? We worship Yahweh Shem Shai. All right. Straight like that, simple as that. Okay. So I was going back and forth with this Christian apologist, Christian scoffer, and he said, well, look at that. You got a picture, I think he said Jesus right there. I'm saying, of course, that's the depiction, closest depiction of him, because we've been through captivity. A lot of us, you see Caesar Bonjour and think that's Yahweh Shai. You know what I mean? But, we got to wake up our people, come back to who we are, who our ancestors were, right? To wake them up. But, it's saying, oh, that's an idol right there. It's not an idol. We're not worshiping this picture. You know what I mean? All right, so let's bring that out. Deuteronomy 29 and 16, Bubba Shaw.
This is Deuteronomy chapter 29, verse 16. For ye know how we have dealt in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations which ye passed by.
Go ahead.
Verse 17, and ye have seen their abominations and their idols, wood and stone, silver and gold, which were among them.
So you read in Psalms, going to read again in Chronicles, all their gods are idols, all of them. Okay. And, they don't, it's the work of men's hands. They can't save themselves. If they're in Ukraine and the dam blows and there's a flood, that idol is not walking out of that flood. That idol is going to float. Somebody will say, somebody go back and get, fill in the blank. We need our idol, save God. You need God. You got to save God from a flood. Most High God, he causes the floods. You understand? But these other nations, they're carbon copies, so to speak. They're trying to be copies of a copy, which is us. Okay. Read the next verse.
This verse 18, least there should be among you man or woman or family or tribe whose heart turneth away this day from the Lord our God to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there should be among you a root that beareth gall and wormwood.
So that wormwood is bitterness, poison. You know what I mean? Don't let that poison get into this beautiful thing, this thing of ours. You know what I'm saying? The Most High God is the God of judgment. The Most High God is God that's doing everything on the planet. So why would I want to know what Allah is doing? For Ishmael, it ain't like they ain't doing too good to begin with. Yemen, I don't know if Yemen's calling on the name of Allah. He ain't listening. Who's that? Iran. They can't stop Israel from bombing their nuclear facilities and killing their scientists. You're not listening, you know. But our people always think the grass is greener on the other side, like Tina Turner, you know what I mean? She found Buddha and she just ran with it, you know, got herself an Edomite husband and everything, moved to Switzerland, you know, but you know, her health problems caught up with her. You understand? You know, what does Buddha say anyway? What does Buddha say about the creation story? What does Buddha say about how we got over here? How do you know what's the prophecy that Buddha has to say? Buddha says he doesn't have any prophecy. Buddha says just have compassion on each other. You know, that's an idol. That's okay. Compassion. What is that? What does that look like in the future? What is the prophecies with compassion in the end times? So just a random idol. Let's go to 1 Chronicles 16, verse 25. It's random idols, you know. You see like Moab and Ammon, you know, if you they have videos on YouTube of people exploring different properties that were abandoned. You know what I mean? You go to an abandoned property in Japan, you're going to see their idol sitting there with a whole bunch of dust, you know, and he's going to keep sitting there. You know, he's not moving. He can't get the dust off him. You know, we're going to get that with Bel and the Dragon, you know, that they're just made with hands, you know, hands of man, which have, you know, nothing to be afraid of. All right, let's go to bring that out. 1 Chronicles 16, verse 25. Public Shaw.
This First Chronicles, chapter 16 and verse 25. For great is the Lord, and greatly to be praised. He also is to be feared above all gods.
Slacky, I think I got the wrong one. What's 26 say?
It reads, for all the gods of the people are idols, but the Lord made the heavens.
Yeah. So they're all idols. You know what I mean? You look at all these carbon copies, us not knowing who we are, and you see what's happening now. The Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5. You know, now people are waking up to, oh, there's chariots everywhere. What do they look like? Why are they here? They're asking questions about things like that. Now that they admitted that they do exist, they're asking questions. And come to find out, it's all about you. You Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. They're here for your salvation. They're here for the change that's going to occur. You know, for the first shall be last and the last shall be first. That's what they're here for. You know, like the elder was bringing out, that's salvation. You know, they can cause tsunamis and hurricanes. You know what I mean? Hurricane force winds. You know, the things that they can do is just mind boggling. You know, so when it comes down to, it's all about you. And what do you got to do? Follow the law, statutes, commandments. You get help from them. If you don't, they're going to be hunting you too. So make a decision. You know what I'm saying? Let's go to Judges 2, verse 1. I mean, ask me, it's very simple. You know, do what it is you do what the Most High requires you to do and live. And not only live, you're going to not just survive, you're going to thrive, because the kingdom to come is an everlasting kingdom. All right. Beautiful things are going on. You got wildfire smoke from 1,000 miles away, just sitting in the dang atmosphere, choking people out. These are prophecies. You know what I mean? These are prophetic things that are happening. Perilous times shall come at the end. We're living in perilous times. So in order to make it to the kingdom, to the next step, just gotta stay focused and keep going in the right direction. All right, let's bring that out. Judges 2 verse 1, Bubba Shaw.
This is the book of Judges, chapter 2 and verse 1. And the angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt and have brought you unto the land which I swear unto your fathers. And I said, I will never break my covenant with you.
All right, go ahead.
Verse 2, and ye shall make no league with the inhabitants of this land. Ye shall throw down their altars, but ye have not obeyed my voice. Why have ye done this?
Because we're, surrounded by all these other nations, and there's nothing new under the sun. The nations always had their idols. You know what I'm saying? Boys always had their toys. It's just they need something to. They look at our situation like, dang, I wish I could be like them. Can't. So they find anything and they start worshiping it. And then we go over there and look like, well, what are they doing? I want to worship it too. Trying to be like, be like base men for what? Let's read verse 3.
This is verse 3. Wherefore I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare unto you.
So they're thorns in our sides. You know what I'm saying? And their gods are snares. To this day. To this day. Philadelphia is a huge Muslim population. You know what I'm saying? Of Jake. Where they would love nothing more than to go to Mecca and walk around a stone a few times and kiss a rock. But same places, different, might not be Islam, but you see the Islam, Christianity, praying to a cross, praying to a bunch of cement that looks like a white guy. That's not where it's at. Okay, let's go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 64. How did we get here? Not following the law, statutes, commandments written in the scriptures. So now, we're scattered. We're following after strange gods, and that have zero prophecy, zero direction, how to go, how to reprove. These guys don't have anything like that because they're not built like that. Okay, let's go to Deuteronomy 28, verse 64.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among the people of Salakia, shall scatter thee among all people from the one end of the earth even unto the other, and there thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone.
So that's part of the curses. In Deuteronomy 28, 15 through 68, talks about the things that the children of Israel be going through. One of it is following after wood and stone, idols, dumb idols. They don't speak. If you don't wipe the dust off them, they'll just collect dust. They're just work a man's hands. Let's go to Habakkuk 2 and 18.
This is my comeback. Start yours at PurdueGlobal.edu.
So when we look at what other nations are doing,
if you have Prime, you can get.
When we start looking outside and see what the Moabites are doing, the so-called Chinese, see what the Ammonites are doing, the so-called Japanese, Ishmaelites, what are they doing? The so-called Arabs, right? So-called Edomites, the so-called white man, what are they doing? Esau thinks he's God. The law of attraction, like they got this this woman called Abraham Hicks that, channels Source, and Source says, well, you're a God. All you got to do, if you're in the middle of a desert, all you got to do is think about a cheeseburger and voila, you have a cheeseburger. And people like pay her thousands of dollars or whatever to go to her seminars and how to get a cheeseburger in the middle of the desert. But I haven't seen anybody go in the middle of the desert and actually get a cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? In reality, our ancestors got manna falling from the heavens. Our ancestors got water coming out of a rock. I haven't seen other nationalities, groups of people that claim that happened to them. You know what I mean? It's just us. But in order to try to be like us, they have to front, they have to make things up that is not true. Of course, these other nationalities and stuff, they're on the left side with their witchcraft and soothsaying and all that, and their left side has their bit of power. You know what I mean? They're not just there making stuff up, but it's nothing compared to the right side. It's nothing compared to the following the law, statutes, commandments, and being on the right team. Nothing compares to that. But we fell into the trap of, thinking something shiny, everything shiny is a diamond, and it's not. There's glass that shines too. Okay. But let's go to Habakkuk chapter 2, verse 18.
Slacky, you want an 18 or 13?
18.
Don, this Habakkuk chapter 2 and verse 18. What profited the graven image that the maker thereof had graven it, the molten image, and a teacher of lies, that the maker of his work trusted therein to make dumb idols?
What's the profit in that? What's the profit in that? There is none. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 19, woe unto him that said to the wood, awake, to the dumb stone, arise, it shall teach. Behold, it is laid over with gold and silver, and there is no breath at all in the midst of it.
So you're looking at that big Caesar Bongier statue down there in Brazil. You're like, wow. People go there from all around the world and stare and they get on their knees and they pray. And like, that's now God can hear me because I'm in front of this big statue with all this cement, and that cement, that electrical charge that the cement has is going from my brain into the cement and then the God's ears. No other way can happen other than that. You know what I'm saying? Nah, and the Most High will strike that thing down with lightning and blows daggone thumb up. That thumb's not coming back on unless somebody glues it back on or, use some more cement, because that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So, it's a teacher of lies. Obviously, Christ didn't look like that. His description is in the scriptures. And, he's just not some white guy named Caesar Bongier. You know what I'm saying? So-called white guy. He's not an Edomite. Okay. So let's go to Bel and the Dragon in the Apocrypha. Okay. We're going to start verse 1 and 3. Okay. It's very good read, dealing with idol worship and being around, the other nations, because it's just mind-boggling that they believe this stuff, and Daniel's going to be like, you kidding me? You know what I mean? His mindset's like, man, the king ain't too smart, but, he prudently brings him to that awareness, okay? And prudence is good, okay? You don't want to outshine, so to speak, the king. You know what I mean? You might lose your head. So you gotta be wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. All right, so let's bring that out. Bel and the Dragon. It's only one chapter. Verse 3.
Khan is Bel and the Dragon, verse 3. Now the Babylonians had an idol called Bel, and there were spent upon him every day 12 great measures of fine flour, and 40 sheep, and 6 vessels of wine.
Khan, so 3 measures, right? Broke that down. That is 1,125 bushels, right? Would be 3 measures. That's a lot. It's a lot of flour. Okay. And as far as cups goes, it ended up being like 576 cups of flour. That's a lot of flour. This is daily. They're doing to this idol called Bel. You know what I'm saying? So we're spent on him every day. So this is a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? 40 sheep, 6 vessels of wine. You understand? Can you read the next verse?
Khan, this is verse 4. And the king worshipped it and went daily to adore it. But Daniel worshipped his own God. And the king said unto him, why doest not thou worship Bel?
Khan, like the king adoring it. Like all this flour, all these sheep, all this wine is going to this deity. I mean, this idol on a daily basis. And the king is worshiping this Babylonian idol, right? This is a Persian king. Okay, go ahead.
Khan, reading on. This is verse 5. Who answered and said, because I may not worship idols made with hands, but the living God who had created the heaven and the earth and had sovereignty over all flesh.
Khan. So, he's being, pretty much being honest with him. Like, how come you don't worship Bel? Instead of just laughing in his face, like, because that idol is not eating 40 sheep every night. You know what I'm saying? Is not drinking 6 vessels of wine. That idol does not need 500 plus cups of flour. But he gave him an answer. He was ready to give him an answer. Let's give him first. Let's get 1 Peter 3:15, and that's what we have to be. Study to show ourselves approved. You know what I mean? Chaasadyah. Oh, it's gonna work more. Okay. Study to show thyself approved, right? So when somebody asks you a question, you can give them an answer. You know what I'm saying? And you always have the Most High's, law, statutes, commandments, his words was, the words that the prophets, he came through the prophets, always on your mind. Can't go wrong. All right. Let's go to 1 Peter 3:15.
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 15. But sanctify the Lord God in your hearts, and be ready always to give an answer to every man that asketh you a reason of the hope that is in you with meekness and fear.
So you sanctify the Lord in your heart. That's to set apart. You know what I mean? To purify the Most High in your heart. What's your heart? Your mind. You know what I'm saying? So you're always ready to give an answer. What do why do you wear those weird things? You know, those fringes? Why do you wear that? You know, what is this whole Israelite thing? You know what I mean? You got to have your mindset at a you know at the right pace, you know what I mean, to give a thorough answer, you know, because you might be that one Hebrew Israelite, more than likely, you're that one Hebrew Israelite that this person knows, and like, I'm gonna ask such and such. I think they're a Hebrew Israelite. I see him on Facebook, or I seen him one time. He was wearing fringes. Let me ask him this question. So you're the representative. You know what I'm saying? You represent Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai. So your mind has to be on this, the words of the Most High God in order to give a thorough answer. Like Daniel gave a thorough answer. Okay, let's go back to Bel. Bel and the dragon, and we're going to get verse 6. Oh, sure.
This is Bel and the dragon in verse 6. Then said the king unto him, Thinkest thou not that Bel is a living God? Seest thou not how much he eateth and drinketh every day?
Now he believes this. This is the king. All right. Can you imagine? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, but just to be a king, that doesn't mean you have to be a genius, At this point, senile king, you know what I mean, would be the king now, right? Joe Biden has a chance to be the next president, you know what I mean? Another 4 years. This guy fell up and downstairs. He fell off a bike that wasn't moving. He apparently tripped over a sandbag at the Air Force graduation. That's the commander in chief. Man, this guy can't even walk straight. He shakes hands with people that aren't there. He goes on the other side of the stage. They got to grab him like, James Brown and bring him back over. Come on, Joe. This the way, Joe. He has dementia. But nobody wants to talk about it. And he has, his finger could be on the button, So in order, I bring up all his, not even all of it, just a few other things that he's been through in his 4 years. Let you know the king don't necessarily have to know a lot. You know what I'm saying? And like the Most High will put up a goofy king, and right at the downfall of Babylon. So, just he picked a good one. So this king is believing that Bel is very hungry and he requires all this stuff. All right, let's go to Jeremiah 16, verse 19. So for the most part, a lot of people are going to be awakening in these last days, right? So the things that other people are going to want to know. Pure and simple. You know what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. And every nation under the sun. Esau might have no idea that chariots are real. They're going to start researching these things. You know what I mean? Right now, UFO has been trending on Twitter, 10,000, 20,000 different tweets. Disclosure is trending on Twitter. The 12th, Stephen Greer is supposed to be having a press conference with a lot of whistleblowers in the military regarding UAPs, as they're now calling, or so-called UFOs, which we call chariots. So this is going to be a big week as far as the chariots goes. You understand? And it also happens to be Pride Month. So they're not just showing up over Vegas or anywhere else just to say hi. They're going to be putting in a lot of work. Okay. But it's going to be an awakening process for a lot of people. So let's bring that out. Jeremiah 16, verse 19, Bubba Shaw.
Yeah, bring that out. Then I want to say something. Bring that out.
God.
This is the book of Jeremiah, chapter 16 and verse 19. O Lord, my strength and my fortress and my refuge in the day of affliction, the Gentiles shall come unto thee from the ends of the earth and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit.
So they got Bel and the dragon, and and everybody, from the Babylonians, and now with the Persians, everybody like, man, this Bel, this if it wasn't for Bel, man, we wouldn't be doing this good. Thank you, Bel. You know what I mean? Thank Bel for Bel. You know what I mean? But and people have been telling their families, going from generation to generation, and it's lies, vanity. There's nothing that there's no win in something that was made with man's hands. You read verse 20.
This is verse 20. Shall a man make gods unto himself, and there are no gods?
It's an obvious question. Just no gods, they're idols. Go ahead, verse 21.
Verse 21. Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know mine hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is the Lord.
So, the Most High is going to, make himself known to these Gentiles, and they're going to understand that, the gods they made are no gods, and, the people that you've been attempting to destroy, for centuries are God's chosen people. Very dangerous time. Okay. Go ahead, Elder. Elder, I'm done with Jeremiah. You want to bring something out?
Yeah, no, Khan. Yeah, absolutely. Give me Isaiah 61 and 9. That's absolutely right. That the Gentiles is gonna know that we the children of Israel, and the gods that's made, this people's making gods, because they're making gods out of Jordan, they're making gods out of LeBron, they're making gods out of their favorite singers. That's another idol that they're doing. They're gonna find out that these are just regular men, right? But read Isaiah 61 and 9.
There's Isaiah chapter 61 and verse 9, and their seed shall be known among the Gentiles.
Right. So our seed is going to be known among the Gentiles. So when you looking at Jeremiah 16 and 19, that's a lot of the nations that's going to come and acknowledge. They already been acknowledging over YouTube for the last 3, 4, 5 years. You see white people coming and acknowledging who we are and what they did to us, right? But it's going to be on a worldwide level soon. Because this is why told Pharaoh, this is why the Most High told Moses to go and tell Pharaoh, let my people go. Because he was supposed to warn Pharaoh, even though he knew Pharaoh wasn't going to take the instructions, but still. And this is why we go out to the streets and we tell the people, we tell the nations that they're going to be punished for what they did to the children of Israel. So this is how you get them to also acknowledge that you're the children of Israel. Because once you tell them and they see the destruction and the prophecies, they're going to start acknowledging who we are. You understand? So read that again from the beginning.
There's Isaiah chapter 61 and verse 9, and their seed shall be known among the Gentiles.
Come on.
And their offspring among the people.
And their offspring among the people, right? So what we're doing when we out there prophesy, we're telling them the truth and who we are, and we're also revealing the man of sin. That's why nobody can tell you that you ain't supposed to prophesy. Moses was just going right to Pharaoh. We can't get to Pharaoh like that, so we go to the White House. It's almost the same thing. And we tell them, and they listen a lot of times, what's going to be their judgment for what they did to the children of Israel. You see? And from there, they're going to start acknowledging who we are. But if we didn't say nothing and we kept silent, then the Lord wouldn't be able, the Lord would do what he do, but they wouldn't know that the Lord is punishing them, right? If nobody was saying anything. And then once they find out that the Lord is punishing them, then they come and acknowledge us. That's why it's important for us to go to Pharaoh. The modern day Pharaoh is the white man, and tell him his judgment. And then they're going to start acknowledging who we are, right? As Isaiah 61:9 is saying. Read on.
Come, reading on. And their offspring among the people,
And
all that see them shall acknowledge them.
Right.
That they are the seed.
That
they are the seed which the Lord had blessed.
Right. So the only way we get in this acknowledgement a lot of time is following the instructions of prophesying. Just like our prophets did, the ancient prophet Jeremiah 28:8. He said what? He said he prophesied against many nations and against many kingdoms, right? So he prophesied against them. And then when this come now, then they're going to start calling for us, as it talks about in the New Testament. They should call for us in front of their kings. And we should be what? A testimony against them. This is just the beginning. Acknowledgement and them coming to see us is just the beginning. Then they're going to be calling. Their kings is going to be calling for us, right? And we're going to be a testimony against them. And then they're going to get mad because they're going to realize, hey, the Lord is judging them. And then they're going to try to deal with us. But it's all going to backfire on them. God?
All praises, the excellent precept, and breakdown. Yeah, there's nothing, there's nothing they can do about it, although they're going to try. But, it's going to be, like the elder was saying, to be forced to acknowledge this. When you look at that video it played in the beginning, right, of the chariot that the police officer saw was captured with his body camera. The civilian called up the 911. The civilian took close observation while on the phone with 911. Story did not falter or go to the left or right while he's talking to the cop that's on body camera again. You know what I mean? It's, things like that, it's going to be like, all right, there's definitely something going on. Because it happened once, and then it happens again the next day, and then the next day, and the next day, and it's all like documented. People are like, you know what? Where them Israelites at? Weren't they saying something about some UFOs or chariots or something like that? Then you're going to realize that, yeah, now you're in trouble. Now you stepped on Gilmore's property. Let's go back to Bell and the Dragon. Okay. So they're going to acknowledge you, just get ready, get ready, don't give up. Don't get to the finish line, just turn around and walk away. Nah, this would be a time period where, you should wake up with some pep in your step, you know what I mean? Moving in the right direction. Read these scriptures. The scripture's going to hit a little bit different, because you start to see these things happen day in and day out. Okay. Let's bring that out. Bell and the Dragon, chapter, obviously same chapter, verse 7.
Khan is Bell and the Dragon, verse 7. Oh, Salakia. Bell and the Dragon, verse 7. Then Daniel smiled and said, O king, be not deceived, for this is but clay within and brass without, and did never eat or drink anything.
But then he had a smile, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't bidding on him, you know, he wasn't burn him down to the ground, you know, it's the king. He's like, King, it doesn't do anything. It's made of clay and brass. It doesn't, you know what I mean? King, you know, you weren't trying to hear that. Go ahead, verse 8.
Reading on, this is verse 8. So the king was wroth and called for his priests and said unto them, if ye tell me not who this is that devoured these expenses, ye shall die.
So the king was a little upset. Let's go to Psalms chapter 2, verse 1. King was a little upset, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? He's like, hold on. 500 cups of flour? 40 sheeps? Six vessels of wine? Where are my money going? He was a little upset. So let's bring that out. Psalms chapter 2, verse 1.
This is the book of Psalm, chapter 2, verse 1. Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing?
Yeah, why do the heathens rage? What are you mad for? You're upset. You honestly think this clay brass monument was eating 40 sheep every night? What type of monster are you serving? 40 sheep? Everybody in that you know, in his domain should have been eating 70 sheep a night if the daggone, you know, the clay filled brass can get 40 sheep a night. My goodness. So he's a little upset, to say the least. Let's go back to Bel and we're going to read verse 11. All right.
This Bel and the dragon, verse 11. So Bel's priest said, lo, we go out, but thou, O king, set on the meat and make ready the wine and shut the door fast and seal it with thine own signet.
Go ahead.
Verse 12. And tomorrow, when thou comest in, if thou findest not that Bel had eaten up all, we will suffer death, or else Daniel that speaketh falsely against us.
So he's saying, look, we're going to give them all the food, all the wine, everything we usually give them, man, and we're going to seal up, right? We're going to seal up the you know, temple, whatever, not temple, but you know what I mean, their little temple for Bel, right? We're going to seal it all up, right? And if he didn't eat any food, you're going to kill us. You know, but if he does eat the food, you kill Daniel, the troublemaker, right? Go ahead, read the next verse. 13, I believe.
I'm reading on. And they little regarded it, for under the table they had made a privy entrance, whereby they entered in continually and consumed those things.
So they're like, all right, yeah, you close that door because we got a trap door underneath, which we get in anyway. So we ain't worried about it. All right, go ahead.
So when they were gone forth, the king set meats before Bel. Now Daniel had commanded his servants to bring ashes, and those they strewed throughout all the temple in the presence of the king alone. Then went they out and shut the door and sealed it with the king's signet, and so departed.
So he got ashes and sprinkled it on the ground. Kind of smart, right? He's a thinking man. Because Daniel knew, hold up, this thing ain't eating all them daggone sheep, man. You know what I'm talking about? Let's go to Sirach 10 and 3. So he's a thinking man, right? And that's what we got to continue to do. All right, look what our ancestors have done. And we gotta move in that type of direction. You know what I'm saying? Ask the Most High. to be moved in that type of direction, for that wisdom. You know what I mean? Slack it. For that wisdom. Like Solomon talking about, hey, all right, we'll just cut the baby in half. Just like, no, you keep the baby. You know what I'm saying? And judging accordingly. You know what I'm talking about? All right, so let's go to Sirach 10 and 3, Bubba Shaw.
Tom. This is the book of Sirach, chapter 10 and verse 3. An unwise king destroyed his people, but through the prudence of them which are in authority, the city shall be inhabited.
So you have a king that's obviously unwise, right? But the thing about it, what gives this king a level of wisdom is that he has people around him that are smart, right? Like Daniel. You know what I'm saying? He understands the value of having intelligent people around him. It says through the prudence of them that are in authority, the city shall be inhabited. So even though he's not a wise king per se, he has people around him that are wise. For like what's his name? Elon Musk, right? The African American. He's like, I didn't graduate from MIT, but the people that work for me did. You know what I mean? So he doesn't know, he might not know the exact ins and outs of how to make the Starlink satellite, but he hires people that do. You know what I mean? Let's go to back to Bell and the Dragon, verse 15. But Elon Musk has to go to the Virgin Islands and being summoned there for his affiliation with Jeffrey Epstein. So they're all in the same boat. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Elder.
So that's why a king has to, like you say, have wise counsel among him. That's why Yahweh Shai made the statement. He said, you should not be as the heathens, but you should be as 12. You know what I mean? Why? Because those 12 supposed to be wise counsel among each other and judge wisely. You see, and that's why Solomon told you in Wisdom of Solomon 7, he says he understands the reasons of men. Now, what is he talking about? He's talking about psychology, why men do certain things. See, that's what the king has to understand. He has to understand if the men around him is sincere, or is the men trying to overthrow him. See, that's where his wisdom comes. You see what I'm saying? But he takes counsels for the men and knows that if the counsel is done in sincere or not done in envy. See, that's the job of the king. That's what makes him wise. Because if he's not wise in that level, then what happened? The men will overthrow his kingdom. You see what I'm saying? And that's why David and all these men had to be wise, right? Because many times men tried to overthrow their kingdom. And his own son tried to overthrow him. You understand? So the king has to be real wise. But when you check it out, Solomon, that's not in the scriptures what he did. That's his wisdom when he figured out to cut the baby in half. There's no scripture that told him to do that. But because he was under the wisdom of the Most High and Yahweh Shai, he decided to do that. Why? Because he understood the reasons of men. And that's what he's talking about in Solomon, Wisdom of Solomon 7, when he breaks down all the different attributes that he had. And that was a special quality to understand the subtile spirits, right? Wisdom of Solomon talks about the subtile spirits, the sneaky spirits. Mm-hmm. He understood all of that, man. So, yeah, a king has to be wise, man. He has to be really wise, man, or he will fall, But the Most High, if he stays under the umbrella of the Most High will give him all that wisdom to protect him.
The water elder. Makes perfect sense. Seeing through, seeing through people. You know what I mean? That's an important quality.
Matter of fact, Shalak, y'all. Let me just get it real quick. Wisdom of Solomon 7. Let me get it real quick. Wisdom of Solomon 7, right? Wisdom of Solomon 7. Let's start at where's it at? Where's it at? Bear with me 1 second. Yeah, start at let's get right to it. Start at 19th verse.
Khan is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 19. The circuits of years and the positions of stars.
Solomon knew all of that. So what is that? That's astronomy, but on the righteous side. Not how they wickedly do it, not how they use it to put spirits on people, but understanding what? When stars line up in certain ways that certain events are supposed to happen. That's why they knew that the star that came in, and they knew that what? The messenger or Yahweh was on the scene. Told you the wise men followed that star. You see, and then when you go into Chronicles, it talks about Issachar. And they knew that. So certain things happen and certain events happen at certain times. Solomon knew that. You know what I mean? Adam, that knowledge was open up to Adam too. You understand? Read on.
This is verse 20. The natures of living creatures.
He also knew the natures of living creatures, how creatures move, the animals. That's why he was able to tame the 2 lions that was there with him. He understood that. Read.
And the furies of wild beasts.
And they understood the wild beasts. Come on.
The violence of winds.
The violence of wind. That's talking about the storms and the weather pattern. Come on.
And the reasonings of men.
And the reasonings of men. He understood why men and women do certain things. That's why he was so wise. That's what I'm talking about. You have to understand that. That's what Esau calls psychology today. Read on.
The diversities of plants.
The diversity of plants. Now we're getting into what? The herbs. Read on.
And the virtues of roots.
Come on. That's why the Jamaicans and West Indians call it roots. Talking about the herbs now. Read on.
And all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know.
Come on.
For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me. For in her is an understanding spirit.
Understanding spirits now. Understanding spirits. Spiritually now. He knew about the spirits. What the scriptures say, a spiritual man judges all things. He understood the spirits. Read on.
For in her is an understanding spirit, holy, one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt.
See that?
Loving the thing that is good, quick, which cannot be letted, ready to do good.
Ready to do good. He understood all of this, man. Read on.
Kind to man, steadfast, sure, free from care, having all power, overseeing all things, and going through all understanding, pure and most subtle spirits.
See that? So he understood all of that. That's why he was considered the wisest man on earth. He had that level. And with all that, Solomon still fell by the hands of a woman. This is deep, man. This is deep. Can you imagine being on that type of level right there?
God.
Understood all that.
That's interesting. Very the water for that precept. You know. We had these scriptures we got wisdom, you know what I mean? Wisdom of Solomon, we got Ecclesiastes, we got Sirach, we got a lot of things Psalms, we got a lot of things where we could learn from the words of the Most High, words of the Yahweh, and who he used to walk this earth and send his message. So, take advantage of that. Definitely take advantage. All right. But yeah, excellent precept. Let's go back to Bell.
Done.
Okay, so where we at with it, sprinkle the ashes down. You know what I mean? Being prudent in the way he's moving. You know what I mean? The way Daniel's moving. He's not trying to outshine the king and laughing at him, laughing him to scorn. And you think he's eating 40 sheep? What are you, crazy? You know what I mean? He's not doing that to the king, but he's like, there's a way to find out who's who and what's what. Okay. So let's go back to Bell and let's get to verse 15.
Con, this Bell and the dragon in verse 15. Now in the night came the priests with their wives and children, as they were wont to do, and did eat and drink up all night. Salakia, and did eat and drink up all.
So they showing up through the back door. You know what I mean? Like, come on, we eating the night. So they're spending the night partying and you know what I mean? I mean, when I say partying, I mean, eating good and, their wives and their children, all types of sheep and everything, right? Go ahead.
Verse 16, in the morning, betime the king arose and Daniel with him. And the king said, Daniel, are the seals whole? And he said, Yea, O king, they be whole.
So, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's like, we good? It's like, we good. All right, go ahead.
And as soon as he had opened the door, the king looked upon the table and cried with a loud voice, Great art thou, O Bel, and with thee is no deceit at all.
He wanted the win. He wanted Bell for the win. That's what the king wanted, He said, all right, we got one. Go ahead, Bell. Go ahead. But verse 19.
Then laughed Daniel and held the king that he should not go in, and said, Behold, now the pavement, and mark well whose footsteps are these.
All right, Daniel started cracking up. Like, this dude's serious. He tried to hold it in. He smiled before, like, king, it doesn't eat. Now he's cracking up, right? He's like, man, this guy's really, it ain't all there, right? But let's get Psalms chapter 52 and verse 6. All right, and get this account. So Daniel, he held in there for a little bit, Now he's cracking up. Unbelievable. Main man can't be serious. Yeah, let's bring that out. Psalm chapter 52, verse 6.
Psalm chapter 52, verse 6. The righteous also shall see and fear and shall laugh at him.
Go ahead.
Lo, this is the man that made not God his strength, but trusted in the abundance of his riches and strengthened himself in his wickedness.
So that exaltation part is, we're gonna see people that have laughed us to scorn, you know what I mean, on the highways and byways, seeing people that mocked us, but they're not making the Most High their strength. You know what I'm saying? They're not aiming to be righteous, so they're gonna fall flat on their face. You know what I mean? Like that king, like, oh, we got one. Go ahead, Bell. We're there, Bell. And Daniel's like, look on the ground. Because what the king, he's the king. He has an abundance of things and riches and worshiping idols, but he's not, putting the Most High first. He's gonna fail every time. All right, let's go back to Bell. and verse 20.
Con. Book of Bel and the Dragon in verse 20. And the king said, I see the footsteps of men, women, and children. And then the king was angry.
Yeah, because he's looking at, you know what I mean? He's just, yeah, y'all trying to play me, you know? That's a man, that's such and such footstep. That's his wife's footstep. Look at these children. Look at all these people having a party over there with Bel. Let me find out. All right, let's go to verse 21.
And took the priests with their wives and children, who showed him the privy doors where they came in, and consumed such things as were upon the table.
Mm-hmm. Now everything's being exposed. All right, go ahead.
Therefore the king slew them and delivered Bel into Daniel's power, who destroyed him in his temple.
Huh? You know what I'm saying? So hey, man, king had to kill everybody. He said, look, you do A, B's gonna happen. They did A and B happened, you know. So they died, and bye Bel. All right, let's go to Psalm chapter 115, verse 4.
This Psalms chapter 115 and verse 4. Their idols are silver and gold, the work of men's hands.
So it's, you know, it's gold, it's silver. You know, you had to put it together for it to work. That's the work of man's hands, you know. We're the clay. That's like the clay making some clay. I mean, come on. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Verse 5. They have mouths, but they speak not. Eyes have they, but they see not.
They got mouths, can't talk, eyes, can't see. Go ahead.
Verse 6. They have ears, but they hear not. Noses have they, but they smell not.
Go ahead.
They have hands, but they handle not. Feet have they, but they walk not. Neither speak they through their throat.
All right, go ahead.
They that make them are like unto them. So is everyone that trusted in them.
Just idols, just, you know, just sitting around plain Jane, ain't doing nothing, got collecting dust, can't talk, can't smell, can't walk, can't do anything to help you. You know, one of the funniest things that we've seen, one of the funniest things, it's been a lot of things in the past couple of years, pretty hilarious. But Elam, who by the way got in like a pretty bad train wreck, like 300 of them died so far. That was in the first day or something, so I'm sure that jumped up. But Elam, it was a huge flood, and you can see them carrying their gods through the floods. You know what I mean? Like, it's a god, it should be able to carry itself. It should be able to do something pretty amazing. None of that. It's just, if he didn't carry it through the flood, that thing would have been floating down the river. All right. So they, you know, they got hands, can't do nothing with them. You know, got feet, can't do nothing with them either. You know, they're kind of stuck. All right. Let's get another count of idol worship and you know, false gods and so forth and so on. Let's go to First Kings chapter 18. And we're going to start at 21. All right. So there's plenty of accounts of the children of Israel and idols. And what happens to people that follow idols, because, you know, once the king found out that he was played, he killed everybody. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, oh, I found out it was wrong, I apologize, this, that, and the third. You know what I mean? We got to make proper decisions, you know, when we think we're not being watched. but we're always being watched. But yeah, watch him shy. So with that in mind, if you have an issue with idol worship, you kind of half in, half out, maybe, this is what I've been hearing a lot of, that the Quran is the Bible after heaven on earth comes or something like that. Like this, that's the next step. The Quran's the next step. So you're trying to merge two things that really ain't got nothing to do with each other. You know what I'm saying? It talks about the children of Israel, being favored amongst Allah, right? But you can't all of a sudden just bring in Ishmael off the streets and say, oh yeah, he's down too. No, he's not. Okay, so merging two things, the truth and lies is not a good look. Okay, and there's consequences for things like that. So if you're new and you're trying to merge two things together, like, oh, we're Black and Africans look like us too, so we African too, so Africans can be saved. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. All right. Let's bring that out. 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 21. Bubba Shaw.
This 1 Kings chapter 18, verse 21. And Elijah came unto all the people and said, how long halt ye between two opinions? If the Lord be God, follow him. But if Baal, then follow him. And the people answer him not a word.
Like, yo, pick a side, pretty much. You know what I'm saying? It comes a time where you got to pick a side. You're going to separate the wheat from the tares. And just off the strength of the mainstream news that's happening right now, what happened in Las Vegas, where you got a chariot literally landing in somebody's backyard. You know what I'm saying? It is, the New York looked like Mars yesterday. You know what I'm saying? Philly looked like the whole daggone city was on fire. Some place in the city was on fire. You don't know, nobody know where, but it's coming from Canada. You know what I mean? Just all the strength of the mainstream news articles that's coming out. Got to pick a side, man. Don't be lukewarm. Don't be on one side or don't be on one side or the other. Be stuck in the middle. Worshiping Yahweh Bashim Shai and Bilal. Don't do that. Okay. You can't mix good and evil. Can you read verse 22?
Con is verse 22. Then said Elijah unto the people, I, even I only, remain a prophet of the Lord, but Baal's prophets are 450 men.
And remember, the Most High always, he'll leave a remnant. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for a remnant that he leave, we all be like Sodom, we all be like Gomorrah. You know what I mean? We all be destroyed. But the Most High has left a remnant. There's brothers that, like I was saying earlier, you're probably the one Hebrew Israelite that all your family knows. You know what I'm saying? Or when I say that, meaning like the only Hebrew Israelite that your family knows, the only Hebrew Israelite that your friends know. You know what I mean? For the most part, if it weren't for HOI, I'd probably be the same, I wouldn't know all these Israelites that I know. You know what I mean? Because it's not a lot of Israelites around where I live. You know what I'm saying? To my understanding, you know what I mean? But the Most High always have a remnant. It's brothers that were in the city, sisters that was in the city living outside that were following after the doctrine of HOI, following after the Most High and his laws, statutes, commandments, and the doctrine of HOI. And we all happen to come together, Most High, under the umbrella of HOI. It's a beautiful thing to be a part of a camp and to, have a extended family, like the real family, the family that does their, puts their best foot forward to follow these laws, statutes, commandments. Can't beat that. You understand? So just, it might be a small remnant, but it's a remnant. And if you are, looking for a camp home, you know what I mean? Consider HOI, you know. But before we go any further, understand that, you gotta actually follow these laws, statutes, commandments. That's why people don't like camps. Because you come in here, you think you can just do whatever you want still. Like, oh, I can still do this, right? No, you can't. You just read the scriptures. The scripture says that, do this and don't do that. And it's then a third, like, man, you camps are crazy. Da, 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 da. Man, listen, it's better that you get your sins off you now than when what happened in Las Vegas happens every second. Like, it's just like the war of the worlds and things just falling out the sky. You understand? Get it together now, because in that day, it's going to be rough. All right. All right, let's and shout out to HOI, man. Appreciate y'all. All right. Brothers, keep doing the work. Sisters, stay diligent. Keep going in the right direction, man. You know what I'm saying? Stay focused. Okay. All this stuff happening, I hopefully it rejuvenates you, you know what I mean? Gets you ready for anything, you know what I mean? So all right, we'll get to all that, but brothers, keep doing it, man. Being watched very closely. All right. Keep doing the right thing. Let's go down to verse 24.
Slacky, what you wanted?
1 Kings 18, verse 24.
Come, this verse 24. And call ye on the name of your gods, and I will call on the name of Yahweh, and the God that answereth by fire, let him be God. And all the people answered and said, it is well spoken.
So they getting this sacrifice together, offered on the altar. Like, listen, whoever God answers, that's going to be God, right? We're going to do it like that. Okay. You call on the name of your gods, I'm going to call on the name of Yahweh. We're going to see what happens. Go ahead.
Come, reading on this verse 25. And Elijah said unto the prophets of Baal, choose you one bullock for yourselves, and dress it first, for ye are many, and call on the name of your gods, but put no fire under.
Go ahead.
And they took the bullock which was given them, and they dressed it, and called on the name of Baal from morning even until noon, saying, O Baal, hear us. But there was no voice, nor any that answered, and they leaped upon the altar which was made.
So they feeling it now. They're like, come on, man, you ain't. Oh, man, where you at, man? Getting a little loud, getting a little upset. Go ahead.
And it came to pass at noon that Elijah mocked them and said, cry aloud, for he is God, for he is a God. Either he is talking, or he is pursuing, or he is in a journey, or peradventure he sleepeth and must be awake.
So, yo, where's your man's at, man? He already in the bathroom or something? He might be talking to somebody. He talking to somebody. All right, come on, give him a minute, man. Talk a little bit louder, man. He can't hear you. He's a God, right? This is a God. He sleep. So he's bidding on him right now. You know what I mean? So we all understand that, these Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans will burn you down to the ground through, their words. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got no thick skin, it hurts your feelings, you know what I'm saying? So they not listening, and he's laughing at them, because their God's not paying them no mind. All right, can you read the next verse? Verse 28.
Con is verse 28. And they cried aloud and cut themselves after their manner with knives and lances, till the blood gushed out upon them.
Now they became cutters. You know what I'm saying? Anybody ever been locked up or worked in a correctional facility? There's some people that can't get anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can't give them a a piece of paper, you know what I'm saying? A pencil, whatever, anything they get, they're gonna start cutting themselves. And that's spirits, you know. Yahweh Shai was dealing with a man that was, you know, taking rocks and cutting himself. So it talks about that in the Old Testament and the New Testament, you know what I'm saying? So-called New Testament. All right, go ahead.
Reading on. Verse 29. And it came to pass when midday was past, and they prophesied unto the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice, that there was neither voice nor any to answer, nor any that regarded.
That's got to be a bad feeling, you know what I'm saying? You put your best foot forward and you all day with it, like somebody, anybody, you know what I mean? But nothing, not a peep, right? All right, let's go down to verse 31.
This is verse 31. And Elijah took 12 stones according to the number of the tribes of the sons of Jacob, unto whom the word of the Lord came, saying, Israel shall be thy name.
Go ahead.
And with the stones he built an altar in the name of the Lord, and he made a trench about the altar as great as would contain 2 measures of seed.
All right, go ahead.
And he put the wood in order, and cut the bullock in pieces, and laid him on the wood, and said, Fill 4 barrels with water, and pour it on the burnt sacrifice and on the wood.
Go ahead.
And he said, Do it the second time. And they did it the second time. And he said, Do it the third time. And they did it the third time.
Read on.
And the water ran round about the altar, and he filled the trench also with water.
All right, go ahead.
And it came to pass, Salakia, and it came to pass at the time of the offering of the evening sacrifice that Elijah the prophet came near and said, Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, let it be known this day that thou art God in Israel, and that I am thy servant, and that I have done all these things at thy word.
All right, understand that he's praying, right, to the Most High. So, you know, just FYI, you know what I mean? It's all through Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai, you know what I'm saying? And like you said earlier with idols, you know what I mean? Elijah dies, and they're like, wow, Elijah, you know, did this amazing things, you know, so we're going to all go to the cemetery and pray to Elijah. Like, no, you know what I mean? That's the problem that a lot of us and our ancestors have gotten to, you know what I'm saying? And even now, following after other ideologies, like, you know, the African ancestors, you know, praying to your ancestors, like, my ancestors hear my prayers. I don't have to pray to Jesus, or not, you know, Jesus, but I don't have to pray to God or anything. You know, I am God. And, you know, it's just, you know, it's folly. You know what I'm saying? But you know, that defeats the whole purpose of this, like, not worshiping idols. You know, somebody becomes a prophet, like a great prophet in the eyes of Israel, you know, they'll start worshiping him. You know what I mean? No, worship the Most High God. All right. Go ahead. Can you read the next verse?
Verse 37. Hear me, O Lord, hear me, that this people may know that thou art the Lord God, and that thou hast turned their heart back again.
So, you know, he's praying out to Yahweh Shem Yahshai, right? Go ahead.
This is verse 38. Then the fire of the Lord fell and consumed the burnt sacrifice and the wood and the stones and the dust and licked up the water that was in the trench.
Huh. So, fire of the Lord came down, right? Go ahead.
This is verse 39. And when all the people saw it, they fell on their faces and they said, the Lord, he is the God. The Lord, he is the God.
Guess what? They you know, they said, all right, we get it. You win, you know. We completely get it. We've been praying that, that fire would come down the sky with our guys. Didn't work. Now here you are. You prayed, it's your God. You got it. You know what I'm saying? So what happens next? Let's go to verse 40.
Khan is verse 40. And Elijah said unto them, take the prophets of Baal, let not one of them escape. And they took them, and Elijah brought them down to the brook Kishon and slew them there.
Yeah, so okay, you gotta die. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much the way that works. What you gonna do? You know what I mean? It's like you made the wrong decision, and there's no coming back from that. You know what I mean? So let's go. That's an account of our ancestors drawn, right? Let's go to Exodus chapter 32. We don't follow what the heathens do. Okay. We do thus save the Lord and nothing else. Okay. Let's go to Exodus 32, verse 1.
This is the book of Exodus, chapter 32 and verse 1. And when the people saw that Moses delayed to come down out of the mount, the people gathered themselves together unto Aaron and said unto him, up, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we would not what is become of him.
All right, so Moses is taking too long. Israel, stiff-necked, rebellious, impatient. You know what I'm saying? Like Saul was for Samuel to come back for to be anointed, and I couldn't wait that long. You know what I mean? Gotta have patience. You know what I'm saying? Patience possess ye your souls. All right. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. We need to have patience in these last days. The end obviously is manifesting. Have patience. Let it play out. You gotta have the heathens shook. Like the elder was bringing out. There's steps to go about this thing, man. It's steps to go out. It's steps to get where we need to be. All right. Don't rush the process. Okay.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Khan, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, when you were going in Samuel, was it Samuel? No, it wasn't.
First King.
First King, Shalaki.
Okay.
About what the prophets were doing when their God wasn't answering them. And they were whipping themselves, right? I just want to share, it reminded me of this a little bit. Hope my screen is shared. And this is something that I think it's still practiced today, where these people, they literally whip themselves till they bleed to show, that they're penitent. It's called a flagellance, right? So they whip themselves to bleed to try to now be more close to Christ in his being scourged and beaten and things like that. So this kind of reminded me of them cutting themselves, thinking that they're showing God that how faithful they are, right? And that's what these prophets of Baal was doing. They're cutting themselves to show Baal how faithful they are to Baal. They're like, oh man, he's not hearing me. Let me shed some blood. Let me beat myself. And this stuff is still done today. So it's kind of crazy, man. So this is still idol worship, because where did God say go cut yourself to show me you love me? All right.
I haven't read that scripture.
Yeah, I never read that scripture, but this is the kind of stuff that people do, right? They literally, I mean, look at this dude's back.
Damn.
Right? So all we got to do is follow the laws, the statutes, and commandments. Right? We don't have to cut open our flesh and be like, hey God, listen, man, I ain't following the Sabbath, but look what I did to my back. You know, I ain't following none of these holy days or feast days, but hey, look at what I did to my back. So I gotta get in the kingdom now, because I'm more faithful than everybody else. So it's no way. I never read that scripture, man.
God.
Go ahead, King.
Yeah, that looks rough, man. That looks rough. Yeshaya did a lesson on Elam. Elam's big into bodily destroying his own body, you know what I mean, through hooks and all types of devices, you know what I'm saying? Elam's having a rough time as far as the train derailment goes and everything. It's one video with Elam, just so we understand that these people are nuts, you know what I'm saying? And they cross the street when they see us. This guy, a woman, he tried to, make advances towards her. She said, leave me alone or whatever. And he kind of got like a boulder and was just beating her with the rock. You know what I'm saying? People are walking by like nothing's happening. I'm like, what type of country allows this stuff? You know what I'm saying? So
hey, Shalaki,
they get over here and they cross the street. Go ahead.
Look, the picture is showing now. They actually got their damn kids doing this.
Damn.
And this, what you're seeing, there's blades. What they're whipping themselves is like small knives, double-edged knives. So they're smacking knives against their backs, and these are kids doing this. So they got their children doing this from a young age, man.
Folly.
And this looks just like you. This looks like Elam. They said, "Oh, this is a Shiite Muslim boy's self-flagellant with sharp blades for holy day of Ashara." So they still doing this stuff with their gods, just like the prophets of Baal, man. This is little kids cutting their backs for their gods.
Ugh.
This guy is literally cutting a baby's head. They're cutting the baby's heads.
I mean, where's the authorities when you need them? You know what I'm saying? All these people need to be locked up.
So, yeah, King, I yield.
The water. I think Yeshaya put it in the chat. What he was showing us on one of his classes. You know what I mean? Wisdom Wednesdays is popping. So make sure you chime in to Wisdom Wednesdays. It's the spiritual leg days. But on one of the classes he had, you know, it was Elam just cutting himself and doing all types of crazy stuff, man. These people got problems. You know what I mean? You think your nation got problems. They falling apart, you know. And these curses are being transferred over to them. All praise to the Most High. Okay. We're not gonna speed through it, but I got a couple more scriptures, wind it down. Exodus 32, I believe we're at 2 time. Exodus chapter 32, verse 2. These crazy nations and their gods, which are no gods. Man, can't fall into that trap. All right. So you can bring it out when you're able to. Exodus chapter 32, verse 2.
There's the book of Exodus, chapter 32 and verse 2. And Aaron said unto them, break off the golden earrings which are in the ears of your wives, of your sons, and of your daughters, and bring them unto me.
Look at that. Aaron's telling them, bring him on down, right? Go ahead.
Verse 3, and all the people break off the golden earrings which were in their ears, and brought them unto Aaron.
Sorry, go ahead.
And he received them at their hand and fashioned it with a graving tool, after he had made it a molten calf. And they said, these be thy gods, O Israel, which brought thee up out of the land of Egypt.
So it has to be understood when we go into any type of wilderness situation, or we are pilgrims on the land, you know, we're in the second wilderness. Listen, man, if you don't remember all the stuff that's happening right now, and you got to associate that with another God other than Yahweh Bashem Yahushai, you got to stand somewhere else. You know what I mean? For that sinkhole opens up and kills everybody. You know what I mean? It's the Most High doing all this. Why? Because we following the law, statutes, commandments. We're keeping the Sabbath. We're showing up for the feast days. You know what I'm saying? We loving each other, loving our neighbors as ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We love the Most High God and we fear the Most High God. So what do? We follow His law, statutes, and commandments. He says, keep a beard, we keep a beard. He says, wear fringes, we wear fringes. You know, flush the toilet, we flush the toilet. You know what I'm saying? You know, no more tattoos, no more tattoos. You know, what he says as a law, statute, and commandment, we following that. And what's happening? The destruction of America. You can't make this stuff up, man. You cannot honestly sit back and look at all the things that has been happening to this country worldwide, but was particularly happening to America, and not realize the Most High has His hand in this. We're not going to get into the second wilderness, and you're going to say, man, Allah really saved the day. Everybody will look at you like, man, stand over there. Stand over there. We're not trying to get struck by lightning today. You know what I'm saying? So, same situation. We get out of here after all this. You know, they got drones, they got all types of GMO mosquitoes, all this stuff that America got. And, you know, and not give the Most High credit for all this. We're taking us out of this captivity. Talking about somebody else. Go ahead.
Just want to now let me ask the question: are they putting vending machines in Philly with free crack pipes, or have they started doing that?
Not yet. You know, it starts in New York.
Yeah. So New York started giving out crack pipes with lip balm, so you can get a free crack pipe with a lip balm in New York City now. This is the vending machines, and they have them all over New York City. Unfortunately, I'm seeing here a older Eve going into this vending machine to get a crack pipe. in this image here that we're looking at. But these are the vending machines that they have put out in New York. And they're pretty much saying, listen, man, there's been an overdose, right? An uprise in people overdosing on drugs or crack or whatever it is, you know, fentanyl and all of these things in the city, right? From 2020 to 2021, 2022 and 2023 is like, you know, pretty high in terms of overdose. So 2022 is pretty high in people overdosing in these drugs. Now, how is giving out free crack pipes going to stop people from overdosing? This seems like it's going to encourage more people to do more drugs, because now, you know, I'm getting free crack pipes with lip balm, so my lips are going to look good.
Jeez.
But people are still going to be overdosing. So how is this a solution, man?
That's mad.
You know, this is the kind of craziness that you see going on right now. Vending machines giving out crack pipes and lip balms. In what neighborhoods do you see these things put out? Guess what? In the same neighborhoods where you see Planned Parenthood. You're not seeing it in the white neighborhoods where you have fertility clinics. You see it in the neighborhoods that have Planned Parenthood. So there's another way also people are serving other gods, man. Right? The drugs become their god. So yeah, just wanted to share that here.
The water, and it's very easily accessible. You know, like, oh, I'm not gonna smoke crack today. I'm gonna get my act together. And then you walk by the vending machine who's giving you free crack pipes that have lip balm on it, and there we have it. Now, so that happened. Slocky, that was last year, I believe. Last year, 2 years ago, I'm not sure, but it was Black History Month, and it was saying how for Black History Month, Joe Biden is giving out free crack pipes, and you know the press secretary had to come in like, that's not true. What we're doing is this, and we're not giving out free crack pipes. All it took was 1 year, maybe two. I think it was one. That obviously that's what they're doing. Free crack pipes for everybody. So, and like saying there's Narcans and everything. They need them in their neighborhoods because they're really dying off this fentanyl and this trank and all these new drugs that are popping up. Because of course America left out of Afghanistan. As soon as they left out of Afghanistan, the heroin stopped. What a coincidence. And then now fentanyl came out of nowhere. What a coincidence. You know what I mean? And this trank thing that is like crocodile, it tears you up from the inside. You know what I mean? So people's limbs are rotting. You know what I mean? So welcome to America. You can get free crack pipes, but not free insulin or free anything else that can help you live your life healthy and happy. Okay.
It's a safety smoking kit.
You said what?
It's a safety smoking kit.
Safety smoking kit. Learning how to smoke.
Learning smoking.
Look at that. And what if it can't cost money, because if you know what I mean, you don't fentanyl and crack, you're not really going to pay for your damn crack pipe. So how much is it's probably for free, right?
Smokeworkpipes.com.
Damn.
So what is this an encouragement?
It seems to be that way.
Smokeworkpipes.com.
Damn.
Hey, you can't make this stuff up, man.
Yeah. And if you're like, oh man, I'm glad I don't live in New York where they give out free crack pipes and vending machines. Oh, it's coming to you soon. Don't act like you don't remember that dog that they sent up into the jets, that mechanical Black Mirror dog, and all of a sudden it showed up in DC, and then now it's in other places. So New York does it first. New York, California does it first, and then it spreads down to us. Same thing with the transit you know, like the trains and everything like that. You know, go to New York, you use your phone to get on the train or a debit card. That'll be we're here long enough. That'll be all over. You know, I think Philadelphia's looking into it as well. All right. Let's get back. Let's get back to
Chaasadyah, King.
Go ahead.
Yeah, before we finish out the class, I want to bring that little video clip pertaining which was talking about the dam earlier.
Huh.
Aria, you there? Khan, Baba Kashar, can you bring that link out I sent you? It got a little video in there to show the people real quick what's going on, out there in Ukraine.
Okay. Take this one out.
Kakhovka Dam and electrical plant in early Tuesday morning, the Kakhovka Dam and electrical plant in southern Ukraine was destroyed, releasing floodwaters into the surrounding areas.
The concrete part of the dam in the weir, that's the big breach here, and a second smaller breach here in the power plant.
At the time, the dam was under Russian control, and Kremlin officials have accused the Ukrainian military of sabotage, while Ukrainian authorities blame Russia for the breach.
Абсолютно свідомий, підготовлений вибух. Вони точно знали, що вони роблять.
As residents in the affected areas evacuate, larger problems potentially await downstream.
Environmental devastation, destruction of newly planted crops. And that is threats to the highly threatened Zaporizhia nuclear power plant.
Prosecutors in Ukraine have said they are currently investigating the incident as a case of ecocide, defined as, quote, mass destruction of flora and fauna, poisoning of air or water resources, and any other actions that may cause environmental disaster.
God, all praises.
Yeah, that looks pretty bad. That's a flood. I'm saying with the days of Noah, right? Man, they really partaking in the days of Noah right there. The water for that. And also, sister sent me some. I forgot to mention this, but it's ironic, in ancient Egypt, right? Esau was eaten alive by sharks in Egypt, man. That's a rough video to watch, but it's what happens, man. You know what I'm saying? So one oppressor, the Egyptians, are first major captivity. Sharks are destroying great white sharks. I would presume. I don't know, but sharks are tearing up our last oppressor, the Edomites. You got to see the spiritual side to that. You gotta love it. Well, all praise to the Most High. All right. For that. All right. So we're at Exodus 32. We're going to get to 15, and we're going to read on down a few more scriptures, y'all. A few more scriptures. So Exodus chapter 32 and 15, Baba Kashar.
This is Exodus chapter 32 and verse 15. And Moses turned and went down from the mount, and the 2 tables of the testimony were in his hand. The tables were written on both their sides. On the one side and on the other were they written.
All right, go ahead.
And the tables were the work of God, and the writing was the writing of God, graven upon the tables.
So if anybody, who wrote the Bible? There you have it. Okay. Go ahead, read verse 17.
And when Joshua heard the noise of the people as they shouted, he said unto Moses, there is a noise of war in the camp.
Read on.
And he said, it is not the voice of them that shout for mastery, neither is it the voice of them that cry for being overcome, but the noise of them that sing do I hear.
Go ahead.
And it came to pass, as soon as he came nigh unto the camp, that he saw the calf and the dancing, and Moses' anger waxed hot, and he cast the tables out of his hands and brake them beneath the mount.
So they're having a party down there, right? Go ahead, verse 20.
And he took the calf which had been made, Salakia, and he took the calf which they had made and burnt it in the fire and ground it to powder and strawed it upon the water and made the children of Israel drink of it.
Go ahead.
And Moses said unto Aaron, what did this people unto thee? What did this people unto thee, that thou hast brought so great a sin upon them?
Oh man, come on, Aaron, what are you doing? You know what I mean? You know better. But what does Aaron say? Go ahead.
And Aaron said, let not the anger of my Lord wax hot. Thou knowest the people that they are set on mischief.
He's like, you know these people. Look at them. That's what they do. They're hard-headed, stiff-necked, rebellious. You know what I'm saying? That's gotta be rough. Like through the spans of time, we've been acting. I mean, it's the same stuff, man. The same thing, same problems, man. We're going through the same problems. So it makes it obvious that it is us. You know what I'm saying? Aaron's like, give me your gold, I'll make you a calf. Moses come down like, yo, what are you doing? Why would you do this? It's like, hey, you know these people, you know, it's what they do, you know. Go ahead, read verse 23.
For they said unto me, make us gods, which shall go before us. For as for this Moses, the man that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we would not what is become of him.
Go ahead.
And I said unto them, whosoever had any gold, let them break it off. So they gave it to me. Then I cast it into the fire, and there came out this calf.
I just threw the gold in the fire and a calf showed up. What do you want me to do? Come on, man. You really believe that, Aaron? Are you serious now or what? You know what I mean? But you know, just understand that 5 minutes later, not 5 minutes technically, but you know what I mean? A couple of days later, it's like, oh, Moses is gone. Let's make one of them calves that we seen in Egypt, you know, helped us get out of here. You know, those calves really had our back in ancient Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Which is a lie, of course. All right. Or, you know, obviously, you know, miscalculated. You know what I mean?
Salakia.
Go ahead.
And right there, your man Aaron was lying, because if you go back to verse 4, it reads, and fashioned it with a graven tool. He kind of left that part out right there. I yield.
You know what I mean? Hey, Stu, I think got a bunch of gold, threw it in the fire, a calf came out. What do you want from me? You know what I mean? Always trying to minimize our you know, what we've been doing to as opposed to what happened, right? See, what happened was Aaron tried to get him with that.
Con.
Didn't quite work, you know. Where we at?
We have verse 20, 25.
25.
Con. This verse 25. And when Moses saw that the people were naked, for Aaron had made them naked unto their shame among their enemies.
So we talked about Adam and Eve, and you know, being naked. You know, it's a shame. It's not necessarily like don't have any clothes on. So you know, we see like, you know, I will make Esau naked. You know what I mean? We'll bear him. He's going to be exposed, pretty much. Okay. Go ahead. Verse 26.
Then Moses stood in the gate of the camp and said, who is on the Lord's side? Let him come unto me. And all the sons of Levi gathered themselves together unto him.
So Levi got Moses back. Go ahead.
And he said unto them, Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, put every man his sword by his side, and go in and out from gate to gate throughout the camp, and slay every man his brother, and every man his companion, and every man his neighbor.
So this idol worship thing is not to be something to minimize. You know what I mean? Like, that was a long time ago, the golden calf, da 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 da. Putting things ahead of Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Shai is very dangerous. You know what I'm saying? It's not the smart thing to do. If you're putting things ahead of the Most High, he has a very mystical, spiritual way of setting all those things right in front of you and destroying them. You know what I'm saying? Or of course, in these instances, he'll destroy the people. You know what I mean? You like this, I don't know what idol. You put it, fill in the blank. You like fill in the blank more than me? I'm gonna destroy fill in the blank, and I'm gonna destroy you. You know what I'm saying? So this is very serious things that we have to keep in mind are continuing to go on. Okay. For one instance, there was a guy in New Jersey. This happened a couple years ago. I always bring this up because of they interviewed his best friend, and he's like, the guy died in his car, right? He had a Porsche Jeep, and they said he loved that car. So that car was an idol to him. It might have been Esau. I'm not 100% sure, right? But either way, it fits any category. He loved this car. That car was his idol. And he died in that car. He died in that car because the car went airborne and went to like the second story of a house. It was hanging on the outside of the house in New Jersey. Like, damn, that's a heck of a judgment. Like, what did he do? But they interviewed his he didn't have to necessarily do anything, but the wages of sin is death. But it was pretty much exposed during the interview. They were like, yeah, man, he loved that car. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. He loved that car and he died in that car. Okay.
Shalom, Akim.
Shalom.
I'm about to break out, but on that point right there, love, KS1 had a song, Love's Gonna Get You. Anybody remember that song? I'm old school, but it's called Love.
Yeah.
God.
Right? And then the scriptures talk about love, not the things in the world, right? Love is a thing that if you love, and you are idolizing your stuff. You love your car, you love your chain, you love your Jordans. You're starting to take it as an idol. And it said, love's gonna get you. Like I said, the scriptures say, love not the things of this world. The things of this world passes away. You see what I'm saying? So that love is a very strong thing, man. What the brother mentioning, man, you gotta understand there's powers in love, power in words. You know what I mean? Because your spirit starts to take hold of something. And you know what I mean? And then you idolize it, and then it's a problem, like the brother's bringing out. So Akim, stay up, man. Good class. You know what I mean? I'll probably be doing a class maybe next week or so. But good class, man. Stay strong and stay consistent. You know what I mean? And righteousness. I love you, brothers and sisters. Righteous love. All praise.
Kwame Yashala. Love you too, Elder.
Oh, praises.
Kwame Yashala.
Shalom, mighty Elder.
Khan. All praises, you know what I mean? Elder has wisdom, Absolutely. Like I said, the chains. Yeah, I love my chain. People dying for their chains. Jake come up to you, come up to these rappers and give it up. I was like, man, you might just kill me. And they're like, all right, sure. People dying over their chains, and some of them chains don't even be real. They be getting got. Ishmael and all them, They'll sell anything, you know. Jake will buy anything. He don't know any better. All right.
Slacky.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to touch on two things what the elder brought out tonight, right? Love. Delilah used love against Samson. She said, if you love me, you'll tell me the truth. You know, and that's in Judges chapter 16. That's where you can find that at. And earlier he brought out the scripture with the flying swords, the bullets, the gunshot. And we had an account of that while we gathering together, you know, in righteousness, holding one of the high holy days, the Feast of the First Fruits, during that same week where we had the pagan day, Memorial's Day. And that day you experience all these bullets flying out, 53 people getting shot out there in Chirac, you know, and we had people getting shot up out there in Florida, Hollywood Beach, you know, there goes the flying swords. So, you know, these scriptures is, with that I yield.
Con, absolutely. And we say 7 people got shot at a graduation in Virginia. 2 of them died. You know what I mean? One guy just graduated and boom, he's dead. You know what I mean? His stepfather got shot. And I think his niece, somebody like a little girl, daughter, not his daughter, niece or something like that, or sister, 9 years old or something like that, gets hit by a car trying to run away from the gunfire. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, a lot of things going on these last days. Definitely very, very smart to be aware of the things that's going on. Excellent point.
There's the lucky thing. That sounds like you run from a bear and a serpent bites you.
Man.
You bring in gunshot and you get hit by a car.
Right?
God.
Time
Can't escape it.
Yeah. It's like, what happened to my brother? Brother's dead. Stepfather got shot. Like, people waking up out of it, I don't know if it's in a coma or anything like that, but like, you know, coming out of it like, well, what happened? We got some bad news. You know what I mean? And, you know, they say, God forbid, but, you know, say we're here and they have another graduation class. Who gonna go to that? The juniors now, who wants to go to that graduation? Man, you might as well just give me my diploma in the mail. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to catch no bullet just to get a piece of paper. You know, this is where we're living. This is it. All right. Can you read verse 28?
Yo, Shalaki, man.
Go ahead.
Start for that's heavy. That's real heavy. You go through the toil of going through your studies, right? Paying for these expensive ass education, right? You're like, man, I don't want to be part of the hood. I don't want to be part of this craziness. Let me try to better myself. And you go through all of the toils of education, right? And the day of your graduation, you got taken out. That's heavy.
That's heavy. I was thinking, like, what did he do? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not like, you know, like Yahushua said, and I believe it's Luke, the 13th chapter. He's like, don't worry about what they did. You know what I mean? They ain't do nothing worse than what you've been doing. You know what I mean? Get yourself together. But it just gives you the thought, like, man, like you said, you going through, you know, through the finals and man, almost didn't make it my sophomore year, but I kept going and da-da-da-da. The day you graduated, like not saying, you know, I don't know, the dude might have been out doing some crazy stuff because somebody would shoot 7 people in front of everybody, broad daylight. He obviously wanted to get at him. You know what I'm saying? And the stepdad, like he's gunning for that whole family.
Ooh.
But then you make it and then you get shot, you get killed. You know, that whole family's dealing with it because the stepfather and the son are the ones that are dead. And the sister or the young girl, she didn't want to get hit by the car. So that whole family went to a graduation. It's almost like Amos, where it says your feast days will turn in the morning. You know, it's not a feast day, but it's supposed to be like a celebration. You know what I'm saying? It's supposed to have a good time. You get ready for the party and the cake and everything. and then boom, you planning out 2 funerals.
God.
Man, it's end time stories, man. End time stories. This is where we at, and we gotta pray. It's the Most High God that he keeps us safe in these time periods. Okay. All right, couple more scriptures, y'all. Let me get Amos 30, not Amos, Exodus 32 and 28, Bubba Shaw.
Con, this is Exodus chapter 32 and verse 28. And the children of Levi did according to the word of Moses, and there fell of the people that day about 3,000 men.
Yeah, so you make the wrong decision. I'm following after idols. Don't do that. You know what I'm saying? Because, people die. All right. Let's get 1 John 5 and 21. And I got one more scripture after that. Actually, 2 more scriptures. So I'll speed it up. I'm not going to keep talking. All right, let's go 1 John 5 and 21, Bubba Shaw.
There's the book of 1 John chapter 5 verse 21. Little children, keep yourselves from idols. Amen.
Amen. What's that? Keep yourself away from idols. That's it. It don't get no more plainer than that. You know what I'm saying? Just stay away from them. You know what I mean? You got to worry about Moses and the Levites cutting you up. You know what I'm saying? Or or worry about Elijah bringing you down to the brook and knifing you down there. You know what I mean? You got to worry about none of that. Hey, keep yourself from idols. All right, let's do Isaiah 19. Isaiah 19, verse 1. And after that, we're gonna go to the Baruch. And that will be the lesson. American Idols. Don't fall into the trap. They got a whole show called American Idols. And they want you to, people ain't gotta have no talent. Not saying they ain't got no talent, but all you gotta do is win American Idol, and you're already like a millionaire because you got a contract, and as soon as your album drops, the CBS or NBC, one of these corporations, is going to buy 100,000 of your CDs or whatever. So you're already on the top of the billboards. So it looks like you have a whole lot of talent. You know what I mean? A whole lot of skill. And they turn you into an idol, but bad things happen. The American Idol, one guy ran into the back of a truck or something. Like they getting taken out pretty violently. Okay, so let's bring that out. Isaiah 19:1.
And I know you want to speed it up. Yeah, you got American Idols, plus you got American God. 2 shows that is I guess a big thing here. So you're seeing all of the gods that America worships. And of course you have the American Idols. Yeah,
Con. They putting it in the Most High's face, but when they get that backlash, you know what I mean? When that snap of the rubber band pops, it's gonna be a lot of weeping, gnashing of teeth. Sorry ain't gonna be one ear and out the other. Put your sorries in the sack and give them to somebody who needs them. Most High is coming to destroy, send the sun back to destroy. All right. Let's go with Isaiah 19, verse 1, Bubba Shaw.
Khan, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 19, verse 1. The burden of Egypt, behold, the Lord rideth upon a swift cloud, and shall come into Egypt, and the idols of Egypt shall be moved at his presence, and the heart of Egypt shall melt in the midst of it.
So the swift cloud, you understand, is chariots, and here we are, you know what I mean, in Egypt, in the modern day Egypt. Okay, go ahead.
Verse 2. And I will set the Egyptians against the Egyptians, and they shall fight every one against his brother and every one against his neighbor. city against city, and kingdom against kingdom.
It was a beautiful thing. See January 6th, Esau destroying Esau. Amazing time it was. Okay. And now Mike Pence is running for president. Man, them dudes just tried to hang you last year, man, or a couple years ago. You still want to be president? But it's all falling apart. So who else is going to run, right? You get verse 3.
This is verse 3. And the spirit of Egypt shall fail in the midst thereof, and I will destroy the counsel thereof, and they shall seek to the idols and to the charmers and to them that have familiar spirits and to the wizards.
So right now, I'm pretty sure the psychic network or California psychics, everything, they're booked for the summer, man. You know what I'm saying? They're booked into the fall. They don't, you probably got to work 2-3 years to go to get one of them councils. They're trying to figure out what's going on. How come there's smoke up in the sky, and how come there's earthquakes and there's volcanoes erupting and there's sinkholes all over the place? What is happening? So they're going to go to the familiar spirits and stuff like that, but really just read the Bible. But like I said, the Most High is going to harden their hearts just in order to destroy them more. All right, last verse. Let's go to Baruch chapter 6, verse 47, or the epistles of Jeremy, whichever year, depending on your what type of apocrypha you got.
Con, I got the regular one, the red book.
Con. So I believe it says the epistles of Jeremy in there.
Baruch chapter 6 and verse what? Yeah, the epistles of Jeremy. Yeah, I got it.
Con. Yeah, chapter 6, verse 47.
Con, this is the book of Baruch, chapter 6, verse 47. For they left lies and reproaches to them that come after.
Oh, wait, hold on. That might not be. I don't think that's it. Let me see. You said reproach and lies. So,
Yeah, Con, for they left lies and reproaches to them that come after.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Read the next verse.
Verse 48. For when there cometh any war or plague upon them, the priests consult with themselves where they might be hidden with them.
Con. Okay, so it's just one. Anybody that's kind of what type of book you have, just one verse. We're one verse behind. You know what I mean? Kind of. So you're like, okay, oh man, it's a plague. It's something bad's happened. We got to save our gods. Go to verse 4. The next verse, Slakia.
Con. Next, reading on this verse 49. How then cannot men perceive that they be no gods, which can neither save themselves from war nor from plagues?
Con. So during the course of a war, if China invades Taiwan, they're gonna have to save them idols. The idols ain't gonna save themselves. If Russia nukes, when Russia nukes Ukraine, or when China invades Taiwan, those idols need to be saved by somebody. Not me. Hopefully none of y'all, but somebody gotta do it, right? It's not gonna help. Don't get burned up. Go ahead, read the next verse.
This verse 50. For seeing they be but of wood and overlaid with silver and gold, it shall be known hereafter that they are false.
Time. So, Slakia. God, ain't nothing but clay. Ain't nothing but cement. Go ahead. Your next verse.
Verse 51, and it shall manifestly appear to all nations and kings that they are no gods, but the works of man's hand, and that there is no work of God in them.
These are all the work of men's hands. There's no Chaasadyah. There is no nothing to be afraid of. This is it's pretty much simple as that. Okay. And let others know that there's only one true God. The things that the other nations go through, the things that they will continue to go through. It's nothing that can stop that. The Most High is not going to stop just because they don't like it. It is what it is. Are they helping us? Are they, making life better for us now? No. So why would we pray or help them in any type of way? You know what I mean? Talk to the Most High. You pray that this happens, pray that happens. No. We had to see major change, major reform, you know what I mean? And even in this situation, I wouldn't pray for Esau to other nations. That's not smart. You know what I'm saying? They got a destruction, they got prophecies that have to happen concerning them. You get in the way of that, that's like hand joining hand, you know what I mean? Be smart. Okay. Let them go to their idols, let them go to their soothsayers, let them go to their whatever to figure out the charmers to figure out what's happening. Maybe they can get help. Maybe it's just another trap. Maybe it is what it is, and I'm looking forward to this kingdom. Kom Yashala, Israel. Listen, we're gonna make it. All right. Stay focused. Okay. Let's keep these law, statutes, commandments. You know what I mean? Chaasadyah. Oh, Khan, about the drugs in the vending machine. They can't give you no food, right? No fruits or vegetables in them, but they give you a crack pipe and a syringe or whatever, and Narcans and stuff like that. This place is the Titanic.
Hey, Shalaki King.
Go ahead.
They said the vending machine was wiped out in one night. They got to restock.
Of course. You probably took stuff out and selling it right next to the vending machine. God. Jake trying to make a couple dollars.
Chaasadyah.
Go ahead.
Shemaiah, can you give me the host on the Judah King one? I have the one I'm using on the phone real quick. I just want to show a quick article. Real quick. And once again, beautiful lesson. American Idol / current events.
Tawada, all praise to the Most High.
Let me just share this real quick.
Go right ahead.
Because this is, I'll just say, boy, let me just say. All right, so just some quick articles just to show y'all. Here we go. Okay. So this right here, world's first baby is born, transplanted uterus, implanted by a robot. All right.
Is that a man identifying as a robot?
You know what that means, right?
Oh. Wait.
Says,
let me read that headline again.
Yeah.
World's
first baby is born from a transplanted uterus, implanted by a robot. Like surgery.
So the robot did the surgery?
Yeah.
And implanted it into what? A man or?
No. I think it's a woman with another woman.
Okay, so a robot took a uterus and planted it into a woman whose uterus wasn't working, I guess.
Exactly.
Wow.
Right. So it says a baby boy was carried in the uterus and planted in his mother by a robot, was born in the world first. Right. Let's see. Where is it at? Small incisions were made in the second patient's side by the pelvis, and the uterus was implanted into them. It was connected to their blood vessels and vagina. Surgeons inserted cameras, robotic arms. So this is just the first article. All right. Let me show you the next one. Take this one out. This one is crazy. I think Yawasop touched on it on Tuesday class. All right, here we go. Toddler in North Korea is sentenced to life in prison after parents caught with a Bible. Yeah, he brought this one out, right? All right. So they're speaking about a kid that got her locked up for being caught with the possession of a Bible.
The baby was playing with a Bible and got life in prison?
Yeah. One case involved the 2009 arrest of a family based on a religious practice and possession of a Bible. Right. The entire family, including a 2-year-old child, were given life sentences in political prison camps.
Our baby's gonna have a hard life.
I'm telling you, right? Right. Let me get the next one.
So why imprison the baby? Did the baby bring the Bible in the house?
No, it was part of the family. Huh?
Yeah, the family bring the Bible. So they still put the baby in jail?
What do you think gonna happen when that time comes for Jacob?
Right. Like the Black Beard was saying, that's not even Jacob. No, they locked the baby up with the family.
Damn.
All right. Another one. Puerto Rico
Hard knock
shatters
life.
record. Huh?
It's a hard knock life.
God, for real, like it's crazy, man. Puerto Rico shatters record with 125-degree heat index, producing power outages and serious health risk. Right, like the elders was bringing up earlier, pertaining to the angels and the elements. With the wind, the lightning, the tsunamis, and also the sun. The earth is heating up. All right. So this is record breaking. Take this one out. Oh, this one is a good one. It says a street preacher. Let me see. Here we go. A street preacher says Cash App closes account for protesting pride events and drag shows. Right. So he protested against the pride events. Because it's Pride Month and the drag shows, and they basically canceled his Cash App account.
How could he prove it had something to do with that?
Mm-hmm. I think I know what he's talking about. Remember that Edomite that got arrested? Yeah, he was talking about the LGBT stuff. He was protesting against it.
So is that the same guy who was at an LGBT or Pride event quoting scriptures and got arrested?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, prominent street preacher claims Cash App closed account.
And that's heavy because it's like, wait, he got arrested because he was quoting scripture? Is that the new policy now?
Right.
So when we go out to camp and we start quoting scripture, cops gonna roll up and be like, hey, put your hands behind your back.
Con. I remember they got the voice recognition now. They got the YouTube stuff where they can play back the caption with the words and everything, and every word that you say. So they could use that against us.
Hey, the farming of the word is coming, man.
God. All right. So just the one right here. Let me get. Oh yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hey man, once the first camp, everybody in the camp get pinched. That's the famine of the word. Not a lot of brothers gonna be going out no more. It's gonna be like
right.
COVID lockdown again.
You're damn right, man. What's the next one? Arnold Schwarzenegger says heaven is some fantasy. You're 6 feet under, and anyone that tells you something else is an effing liar. Right. So this is Esau. You don't believe in heaven, right? Because he's going straight to slavery. But that's Revelations 12. It's like Revelations 21.
He don't believe in another heaven. This is the
Right.
only heaven he knows.
He believes in Satan, I'll tell you that. Now this one is crazy, right? This is a game called Diablo, and they got four series. So this is part 4, Diablo 4. And this new video game release promoting a demonic spirit. Now the boss of this game is called Lilith. All right. And the funny thing about this, they released the game June 6th. Any other day they could have picked to release the game. They released this game called Diablo 4, June 6th. Now, Diablo is Spanish for devil. All right. And then they picked that, and then look. The night creature mentioned in Isaiah 34.
6:6.
Right.
Salakia.
Khan.
No folly, but a lot of Christian Simeon, they like to use that word a whole lot.
Yeah,
They be
Diablo.
like Diablo this, Diablo that.
Yeah,
I'm
Diablo.
trying to figure. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how you in church. Y'all don't talk about God, angel, but y'all use the word devil for almost everything. Diablo. Like they'll talk about a woman walking by. Diablo. They'll talk about a fly car rolling down the block. Diablo. Everything is devil this, devil that, devil. And they love using that word. I be like,
Diablo.
Yeah, con.
Maricón.
Yo, you stepping it up,
and-
King.
and-
All them years in the Bronx. Look what it did for you, man.
And Shulaki, the Lilith is supposedly the second wife or the first wife of Adam, they say. That's what they say, right?
Yeah, that's what they believe, man.
The one who rebelled against Adam because Adam was weak or something like that. I don't know the whole story about the Lilith thing, but that's interesting.
Right. And this is how she look in the game. Diablo 4.
A high-ranking demon.
Yep. Now, what is crazy about all of this? So, bam. This is in New York. Right.
Salakia. They got that movie. It's like a couple of movies they came out with. One of them, I don't know if y'all remember, it's kind of a throwback, but it's with the that skeleton with Tales of the Crypt. One of the movies is called Bordello of Blood. And in that movie, they have Lilith, which is like the main vampire, like, and she's just in there messing everything up.
God. So, like I said, New York is looking like a hellhole. And then they put this out as a promotion, and it says, "Welcome to Hell, New York." Right? While they got smoke and fire and all of that that's going on. And this is how New York is looking, like the brothers were saying. And then,
Well, they asked for it.
Uh-huh.
I said they asked for it.
Uh-huh. So that is how New York is looking. And then
Shalom, family.
Go ahead, all right.
Yeah.
Just out here on my bike.
Now, all I was gonna say is I know Chicago, it wasn't really affected like that, but yo, I saw the orange from the window, and my windows, it don't really face nothing but an alleyway. I really can't see what's going on, but even in the alley, it was orange, and I had the window just crack a little something, and all you smell is burnt like a barbecue. But I yield though.
Yeah, this is all part of prophecy, man. The blood moons, the smoke in New York, the fire in Canada, all of this stuff. You know, the chariots showing up in Vegas. The Lord is really gonna visit the earth, man. You know, with that, I yield. Go ahead, sis.
Do you remember on the Grammys when they had all those devils
on
the stage?
Yep.
In red?
God, they promoting that devil worship. That's what they're doing. You know. And
Straight.
one more pertaining to devil. Let's see. Any of y'all see the show Snowfall?
What was that? The president?
Huh?
What was that? The president with the drones?
No, it's a TV show called Snowfall.
Damn.
Yeah, it's a great TV show. It's speaking about
I
it's
seen
speaking
it,
about the
Cal.
original Rick Ross. You know what I'm talking about, Chaasadyah, right?
Con.
That was Yawasop.
But that was Yawasop?
Yeah, Con.
So speaking about Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, right? Not the fat one that said push it to the limit.
What
The real one.
what platform they had it on?
I think they had it on Stars.
Salaki, it's on FX.
FX too?
Oh wow, damn.
And Netflix.
It's on FX.
Now, just one more. Now, the reason why I want to show y'all this one, because it's a hell of a show, right? And when I mean hell of a show, no pun intended. No pun intended, man. Because we just found out. We just found out last week that the actor, the main character of the show, the actor, Franklin, right? He said in order for him to do the role in that show, he had to pray to Satan to do it.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that's the one. But he said he had to conjure up Satan to help him in this show. Yeah. And he was telling Satan, he was in the corner praying to Satan, like, come on, devil, help me with this one, help me with this one. Come on.
I mean, Shalaki King.
God.
When you actually kind of go and the understanding of all of these damn actors and what they do, they all conjure up spirits, right? Because you can't go to God to conjure up a spirit.
Right.
Right. So yeah, whether they say it's the devil or didn't say it's the devil, you know, when they do that, it is the devil they dealing with. You know, you don't go to God and say, God, you know, put this, you know, spirit in me for this other person.
Yeah, it's Satan.
Damn devil, man.
And I remember that the Joker actor? I forgot his name. Who
Heath
played Wonder?
Ledger.